allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please call the roll.
Council Agency Member Francisco.
Here.
Hotchkiss. Here. House.
Here.
Rouse, absent. Self. Here. White. Mayor Chair Schneider.
Here. Item number 1.
Item number 1, Employee Recognition Service Award Pins.
Mr. Armstrong.
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of the council. As you know, every month we recognize employees who are celebrating important anniversaries with the city, and this month we're recognizing several, and there will be 2 here to receive their service award pins from the mayor. And I'd like to read the other names into the record. First, with 5 years, Melissa Serrano, Administrative Specialist in Community Development. Thomas Oretsky, Environmental Services Specialist 1 in the Finance Department. Carolina Camacho, Administrative Specialist in Public Works. Amanda Flessy, who's a Project Engineer 2 in Public Works. Sarah Grant, Associate Transportation Planner in Public Works. And Chris Olvera, Water Distribution Operator 2 in Public Works. With 10 years, Michael Mudgett, who's a firefighter. And Cynthia Collinge, who's an Administrative Supervisor in Public Works. With 15 years, Doreen Valopondo, an Accounting Tech in Finance Department. With 20 years, Jason Bryan, Senior Rec Supervisor in Parks and Rec. And we have 2 employees here to receive pins today. One is Jim Scott, Senior Wastewater Collection Systems Operator in Public Works. And the second is Phil Walker, Wastewater Treatment Plant Operator 3 in Public Works.
Okay, why don't we go in alphabetical order, have James Scott come on up. There you are. There you go. There's your pin.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. James Scott began his career as Maintenance Worker 1 in the Water Resources Division of the Santa Barbara Public Works Department in December 1981. James has demonstrated his willingness to follow the city's goals and to work efficiently and cooperatively with his supervisors and peers throughout his career. Since his initial work as Maintenance Worker 1, James has been promoted on several occasions, most recently to Senior Wastewater Collection System Operator, which is a key journey-level position in this personnel classification series. James has also obtained a Grade 2 Collection System Maintenance certification from the California Water Environment Association. Through his decades of service to the city of Santa Barbara, James has been a reliable and hardworking employee. James has been a strong role model for many wastewater collection section staff over the years. And James has received several meritorious awards during his tenure with the Public Works Department, including a Departmental Employee of the Month Award and a SWIFT Award. James, it's my honor and great pleasure to thank you today for 30 years of service with the city of Santa Barbara. Congratulations on this outstanding achievement. Congratulations.
I'm not going to make a speech, really. I just want to say thank you very much for honoring me, and it's been a really good career. I've been very fortunate to have worked with the staff and with a lot of hardworking people. It's been my pleasure. That's it. Thank you.
There's your pin. You're welcome. Philip Walker began his career as plant operator trainee in the El Estero Wastewater Treatment Plant's operations section of the Santa Barbara Public Works Department on December 26, 1981. Throughout his career, Philip has demonstrated his willingness to follow the city's goals and to work efficiently and cooperatively with his supervisors and peers. Philip has also obtained the necessary State of California wastewater operator certifications required for his position as wastewater treatment plant operator. Since his initial work with Santa Barbara as a plant operator trainee, Philip has been promoted to the classification of Wastewater Treatment Plant Operator 3, which is the highest level of non-supervisory positions in this personnel classification series. Philip holds a Grade 4 certification in wastewater treatment operations with the State of California State Water Resources Control Board. Through his decades of service to the City of Santa Barbara, Philip consistently has provided a high level of technical decision-making and operational judgment in the performance of his duties in the wastewater operations section. Philip always has been a champion of plant safety in conducting work and in making recommendations to supervisors for plant improvements. Philip also has been a mentor and role model for many of the current El Estero operations section staff. So Philip, it's a great honor for me to honor and thank you today for your 30 years of service with the City of Santa Barbara. Congratulations on this outstanding achievement. Congratulations, Philip.
Schneider. Thank you, Mayor Schneider. It just seems like only yesterday. Thank you all. And could I possibly say a few words? If Jim Armstrong will allow it. Okay. You all know me, the mayor, city council, and good afternoon to you all. I ran into Jan Abel, Montecito Water District Board of Director, probably 6 months ago. She's the past president of COME, Cachuma Operations and Maintenance Board. And she said, this was out of the blue, Phil, you seem like a very intelligent man. Why haven't you gone up into supervision and management? And at that point, I was at a loss for words. And thinking back today, and thinking back over 30 years, I see myself as a facilitator. I'm very thankful to be in the position and working at El Estero. Sometimes it's been like controlled chaos. Early on, it was just, you're lucky to get out the gate. And there were probably a half dozen times early on, the first couple years, that I easily could have walked out that gate and kept going, but I didn't, thank God. It's become, it was a wonderful career. I'm in the twilight of it right now, and I'm very thankful for it. And I can say truthfully, I hope some of me has been passed on to the new generation, but we can't forget all the people that I started with. Victor Acosta was good enough to sign the hiring papers. He had trust in me. Bill Moorhead, my first supervisor, said, Phil, he was referring to himself, if I'm here 10 years from now, throw me in a reactor. I didn't have to do that because he is now principal engineer for the Anaheim Water District. Steve Strasberg, the former supervisor, has passed on, but he in essence was a one-man army. Todd Heldorn, the current treatment plant superintendent, was on my crew early on. Myself, Shane Starr, and Todd had one heck of a crew, and that's how I'll leave that. David Lewis, the treatment operations supervisor, I was on his hiring interview board, so I guess my recommendation bore fruit. And all the good people I've worked with, my current crew members, it's been a pleasure. It hasn't been like work. It's been very taxing at times, but I hope I've given value to the ratepayers, the public, the taxpayers in general, and we have an essential service there as far as protecting public health, protecting the environment, and just doing a good job. And I think value has been given in my case, and all the people down, workers, both wastewater treatment operators, collection, pre-treatment. Louis Chiorn in the laboratory runs a real tight ship, and value is given, and I'm very pleased to say that. And I just thank God I've had the ability to be allowed to do this work for 30 years. Some of the things that I've experienced in the last couple of years, I'm a very fortunate man. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you all for being here, for your coworkers as well. Are there any changes to the agenda?
Just one minor change. We would recommend that you take item 20 after item 21. That would be the chief's presentation after the item relating to the designating the historical structures.
We need a motion to do that?
No?
Okay, just so we move that. We'll go 19, 21, 20 then on the agenda. Okay, public comment. We have a number of speaker slips here, and I have 2 minutes up on the podium. We'll start with Kenneth Locke, to be followed by Caitlin Carlson.
My name is Kenneth Locke. I want to get into we had this Ponzi scheme thing with Madoff, and I think I want to bring that back up a little bit. When it comes to this community and say the service that these individuals provide to this community, this dedication of years of service, it's just kind of interesting because I'm sorry to say that there's going to be a day when this system that we have now will collapse. It'll be as a Ponzi scheme. And the service that they're providing is similar to the service that, say, Bernie Madoff's employees provided to his company. And it turned out that it was a sham. And when you have a relationship with, say, a community, it should be based on standards and the idea of what a standard is. And when you build a relationship, it may have a foundation. I'm sorry to say that the money as we've known it doesn't provide a community with a sound standard to base a relationship on. And I think we're going to become more and more aware of the lacking thereof. And what I think I've mentioned in my dozen years here is I think I mentioned the concept of the mind-body integration. And when it comes to art and painting, and then also through tennis, I'm claiming to be an athlete who actually became enlightened to what that integration means. And I've made this information available to you as well as through the web. But that integration is a standard in relation to, I'm hopeful, that the next age that we'll be entering into, just to kind of give you a little insight into the next age. Thank you.
Caitlin Carlson will be next, followed by Steve Price. And just as a reminder, this is for items not on the regular agenda. And I see some items here that pertain to the police department, which we'll hold off till that part comes onto the agenda. Caitlin, you go ahead.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Carlson. I work for COAST, which stands for Coalition for Sustainable Transportation. I am currently working on a project called Eastside Walks, where we are working with the community as well as Pueblo and the Milpas Community Association to make walking conditions safer in the East Side. We recently put on the meeting on the community forum on November 16th, which I know Bendy was there. Where we were talking about the unfortunate death of Sergio Romero and what can be done to make the Milpas corridor safer. I would just like to personally invite the City Council as well as members of the SBPD and anybody else here that we are having a nighttime walk to talk about, or to rather give a firsthand learning experience of really what Eastside residents have to go through, and the lack of lighting is the number one concern that they're talking about. So if you would like to come to this nighttime walk, it's tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock. We'll be meeting in the Franklin Center parking lot, which is 1136 East Montecito Street, I believe, and we'll be walking around the neighborhood and just would like to show everybody what's going on over there, and it should last about an hour. If anybody has any questions, feel free to approach me. I'll be in the back. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Price will be followed by Shirley Force.
Good afternoon, City Council members and Mayor Schneider. As we embark on the 2011 holiday season, as we savor the memory of this year's fabulous holiday parade, as we reflect on the spiritual health of our community. Several years ago, I attended a graduation from Emperor's Acupuncture College in Santa Monica. Dr. Will Morris gave the speech, and he said that everything we do, every single day, positive or negative, ripples out at least 8 generations into the future. So I propose a New Year's resolution that we all work to make Santa Barbara and planet Earth healthy for all young people, puppies, kittens, and great chefs, and let the ripple continue to ripple. Happy holidays.
Shirley Force. There you go, Shirley. And Mr. Lance, I believe you're wanting to talk about the police department, so that's going to be not a public comment, but when we get to that item, so it'll be followed by Rostamam.
Why
Go.
can't I'd like to make the public comment now. It doesn't have to be done in the presence of the chief.
Mr. Lance, we're in the middle of public comment, so just like every meeting for many years, if you want to, Mr. Lance, Mr. Lance, you're out of order, Mr. Lance.
It's a classic technique.
Mr. Lance, you are out of order.
You're going to let me speak?
No, you are out of order. If you keep speaking, I'm going to postpone the meeting for now.
What rule do I not get to speak during the public
The
comment?
rule
Just cite
is,
the rule.
the rule is public comment title is for items that are not on the regular agenda. You want to speak on an item that's on the agenda.
Not on the regular
Mr.
agenda.
Lance,
This is not part of the agenda, and
if you are not speaking on something on behalf about the police department, you can have 2 minutes at the podium. That is correct. But you have here Chief Sanchez as your item, which is something that's on the regular agenda. So you're welcome to do that at that time.
The subject of my complaint, I'm not speaking to his report. I don't really care what his report is. This is
It
a
pertains to the
city
police.
commission.
Okay, I'm
Does
gonna put this meeting into recess for now. This meeting's in recess until this ends. Thank you.
Till what ends?
Mr. Lance, you are more than welcome to speak when the item on the agenda comes up. I'll get to you in just a second, Shirley. Could you please take a seat? I'm calling the meeting back to order. Thank you. Please take a seat. We've just called the meeting back to order. My intent here is to be consistent with the way the meetings are run. If I misinterpreted Mr. Lance's statement that he was not talking about the police department, I apologize for that. And if that's the case, he can certainly speak during public comment. But if it is something regarding the police department, then I would just ask that he keep his comments to the item on the agenda. So has he left the chambers, or is he coming back? He's welcome to speak if he'd like to on an item that's not about item not on the agenda. Okay, well, if you want to bring him back, and meanwhile, I'll go with the rest of public comment. Thank you. So Shirley Force will be followed by Rostamon.
Hi there, Madam Mayor and the council members. I am so delighted to be here to congratulate the city for the new beautiful and practical parking lot at Mackenzie Park. Permeable pavers is a marvelous idea and so attractive, too. Let's do more of these where applicable. And I also would like to say thank you to Michael Self for your excellent, thoughtful service on the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Rostamon will be followed by Kate Smith.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Well, I was just going to say I've been here almost 11 years, and I have some ideas about, like, De La Guerra Plaza. I don't know if we're going to be remodeling it, like, just to have, like, I don't know if there's going to be meetings, but, you know, to have, like, sculptures, like benches that are really nice sculptures, or even have an area where we have food. Maybe we can have people, I don't know if that's legal or whatever, to have like maybe a little tiny garden, and maybe a place to do poetry. And also on, well, I was going to do like a 2-minute flow like I do. So there's a poetry where we do 2-minute flow and just write poetry, because I didn't really plan anything, just wanted to say hello. And about lighting, I think once I mentioned like going from Montecito to Carpinteria, there needs to be more lighting on the bike path, because it's literally impossible at night, you know, because it's dangerous if you want to ride your bike. And there's one other thing I noticed. It's kind of embarrassing, but like, you know, in right across from Alice Keck Park, there's Kids World, and in some of the bathrooms where like a lot of families go, there's like some bathrooms that don't even have soap, And it's like, wow, you know, there should be dispensers. Like, I've lived here almost 11 years, and there's never been soap in that bathroom right by Kids World. And just a public health thing. And I don't know if we could fix that. And probably almost 2 minutes. So. All right, thanks. Have a happy holidays. Peace.
Kate Smith will be followed by Peter Lance.
Madam Mayor, members of the Santa Barbara City Council, I am inviting Santa Barbara to my sentencing on Friday, December 16th, in Judge Eskin's court. The people of the state of California versus Kate Smith. It's a matter of a Brown Act violation. I will submit to you the Terry Frank email. He's the top lawyer for the Brown Act, and his organization website is called CalAware. Carolyn, he says, by definition, a meeting at an attorney's office of the school board would be a special meeting for the Brown Act. As you can see, a special meeting may be adjourned, meaning delayed, to a later time, but only once a quorum of the body has assembled to adjourn it. The criminal treatment of this incident seems entirely unlawful, since one cannot trespass on property designated by law as the forum for a public meeting, especially when no lawful procedure has been pursued to remove or cancel that designation. Now, I'm going to mention that the police came, arrested me, dislocated my shoulders because I was practicing Satyagraha, Gandhi's nonviolent non-cooperation with injustice. It was a school board meeting. I could not be arrested because it was public property. And because they carried me with my arms behind my back, my shoulders were dislocated and my face was at the knee level, so the mugshot shows I have 2 black eyes. You didn't stop me, even though I mentioned the police. I will assert that you have misunderstood the Brown Act, and we are pursuing Brown Act violations, as is our right.
Thank you. Your time is up. Mr. Lanston, I noticed you have some people yielding time to you. Is Jim Worthen here? There you are. Daryl Jennis is right there. And there's another one that says yield to Peter Lance, but without a name. Is there a name associated? And what's your name, sir? I'm sorry? Michael Nichols. Thank you. And Mr. Lance, if I misinterpreted your notes here, I apologize for that.
That's okay.
You have,
Listen, I'll
hold
try
on,
and speak.
You have 8 minutes.
Then I'll speak as quickly as I can, Your Honor. The reason I'm here today is because, as you know, you and Mr. Armstrong issued a press release on August 2nd saying that you were duty-bound under the city charter to investigate specifically my allegations that were raised in the news press. To this date, not a single person has come to me. I mean, if someone's going to investigate my allegations, one would think they would at least contact me. Not a single person has contacted me. We don't know if you hired an outside investigator, who that is, how much they've been paid, if anything. I know the news press has made multiple public records requests to find that information. This is a town that demands transparency because of the nature of this issue. During the course of my the criminal case, I tried to meet you at the news press one day. I brought all my evidence over. You came over. You refused to meet me, and you said to Don Cady, you said, well, he's got a case pending. Well, now my case has been dismissed. It's not pending, and I today am filing a formal complaint with Chief Sanchez demanding an investigation in what should have been done by the police department in June. And I'm going to read the letter. I'll try and use my East Coast delivery and make it as quickly as possible, and I hope I can do it in the 6.5 minutes left, okay? Because I'd like to have this on the record. This isn't a matter that is so important if you think about it. The essence of my allegation is that a rogue officer or officers are actually framing innocent drivers who are on the low end of the blood alcohol content and pushing them into the criminal justice system. And if I'm right about this, it's such a repugnant crime that it begs to be investigated. If I'm wrong, I'm staking a 35-year career as an investigative reporter on these findings. The news press is a responsible publication. They fully vetted my stories before they went. And if there was a scintilla of evidence that I was wrong, they wouldn't have published them. So that's what we're talking about here. And nobody but including Casey Butel, nobody should be more interested in clearing the air on this than Casey Butel, Mark Corbett, and some of the other officers being named. So here's the letter, and I'll be as brief as I can. I've given copies to each of the council members. Chief Sanchez, and I hope he's here. I don't know if he's here yet, but I'm happy to read this to his face. I'm hereby submitting a formal complaint demanding an immediate investigation based on the multiple violations of my constitutional rights and the obstruction of justice by you and other officers and officials in the Santa Barbara Police Department stemming from my stop and arrest for an alleged DUI January 1st, 2011. As you know, the case was dismissed on November 15th. The rights violations and misconduct by you and others in the SBPD include, but are not limited to, actions by Officer Casey Butel, Bruno Peterson, and Heather Clark in connection with the unconstitutional stop and arrest, which included material misstatements of fact by Officer Butel on my police report, which she made under penalty of perjury, intentionally false statements of fact in my police report written by Officer Clark in her arrest narrative, made at the request of the district attorney prosecuting my case 4.5 months after the arrest, the destruction of key exculpatory evidence in my case by Officer Clark in the form of an audio recording that would have documented the misconduct of Officer Butel and proven that statements made by Officer Clark in her months after the arrest narrative were false. The pre-checking of boxes in the Trombetta blood waiver and field sobriety test report of my arrest by Officer Butel, suggesting a predetermined mindset to frame me for a DUI offense before she ever even met me in the field. The witnessing by Officer Butel of my alleged signature on a Trombetta blood test waiver, which was a clear forgery. The intentional manipulation by Officer Butel of the Alcotest 7410 breathalyzer by covering the exit port and her screaming demand that I blow harder, both techniques designed to inflate the blood alcohol content in my breath test, thus making it appear that I was guilty of a DUI offense when I was in fact innocent. The utter failure by you, meaning Chief Sanchez, to follow the policy of the SBPD to investigate my allegations of misconduct, which were first published in a 5-part series in the Santa Barbara News Press, and I have links to the PDFs where you can look at the whole series, okay? Your failure to investigate these allegations included a violation of Section 340.4 of the manual of the police department, which says, quote, regardless of the source of an allegation of misconduct, all such matters will be investigated in accordance with personnel complaint procedure. Not only did you, Chief Sanchez, fail to conduct a proper investigation of my allegations, but 2 days after my initial 5-part series ran on June 23rd, you authorized the issuance of a press release, which I've attached as Exhibit A, in which you tried my case in the media, not only making multiple misstatements of fact about the vehicle I was driving, but going so far as to endorse Officer Clark's false statement about my condition at the time of the stop, using words similar to those in her narrative. Quote, one officer described Lance as looking down at his lap, the other described him as head drooping, chin nearly on his chest, end quote. That second line was repeatedly quoted in the media, including the Santa Barbara Independent and other online news services, giving rise to false and libelous conclusions that I was driving drunk. As a result of your action, Chief, in approving and issuing this false and malicious release, irreparable damage was done to my reputation for honesty and integrity, which I've earned over 35 years as a journalist reporting on government misconduct. Not only did this false and malicious statement suggest that I was asleep at the wheel when Officer Clark knew that she and Officer Peterson had followed me for more than a block after observing me block and a half with no signs of impairment, but in reckless disregard for the Santa Barbara's own police's own manual regulations requiring you to investigate allegations of misconduct by your officers, you were quoted in that release as effectively exonerating Officer Butel. You said, quote, among other things, she has an unblemished career, and basically, you know, exonerated her 2 days into my series. How am I doing on time, by the way?
You have 2 minutes left. There's, there's a clock right there at the podium.
Your refusal to, thank you. Your refusal to address these issues and others relating to the misconduct of Officer Butel when I sent you the detailed email on July 20th, which is Exhibit B. In that email, I made you personally aware of the following evidence that I'd uncovered. I'm not going to go into every bit of the evidence I uncovered because of the nature of time, but it went to Casey Butel's allegations, which I believe are provable, that she perjured herself in a federal bankruptcy proceeding, that she committed federal bankruptcy fraud, that she perjured herself in a divorce proceeding in 2005, that she suborned the perjury of the very minister who married her. All of these allegations go to her credibility, and since in a DUI case, the credibility of the officer is paramount. It's basically her word against the driver's word with the breath test in between. And when they induce drivers like me not to take the blood test by either not mentioning it or actually forging what amounts to the Miranda warning of a DUI investigation, which is a Trombetta blood waiver, and inserting it into the police report after the fact, which they did in my case and the case of 8 others that we have documented, then the person has no due process. It's a sham. So I'm just going to conclude. You've got the rest of the letter. I filed it with the city clerk today, and the reason I did that is because they time and date stamp the reports. Here, if they go to the police department, it's a black hole. They never, it's part of my series. If you ever get a chance to get around and read my series, you might want to. But in the 30 seconds remaining, I'd like to ask you, what's the status of this investigation? Whatever happened to it? Mr. Armstrong, what happened to this outside investigation that you were bound under the city charter to undertake? What's the status? Why hasn't anybody called me?
Have you
You're going
finished
to run
your
out
statement?
the clock and not answer? What's that mean?
I'm going to look at this very carefully after the session
I hope
today.
you will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Judith Everett will be next. Back down to 2 minutes, to be followed by John Hunter. Judith Everett, come on up, Judith.
Mayor Schneider and members of the council, I'm here to talk in favor of nonviolence and in favor of our Constitution and in favor of a petition to close down Diablo Canyon and San Onofre, which is, we're working towards getting this petition by the end of next year. We need 500,000 signatures by mid-April, so it's rather a tall amount of work. But I'm here, of course, to speak in favor of nonviolence, and that means verbal nonviolence as well as physical. And I think that we can partner with the law enforcement and that they can learn, as we need to learn also, the practices of nonviolence. And it worked a great deal in San Luis Obispo when we protested Diablo. There was not any violence shown at all. And as regards the Constitution, we were just talking last night, what can we do? It seems to be eroding. But then, of course, there's this case to support the Constitution. And I think that that's very important, that it's taken seriously by everybody concerned. And as regards the nuclear petition, I think that with 70% of people wanting a safer source of energy, a cleaner source of energy, we should not have nuclear power. And I've written a book to this effect, and I really would hope that the members of the council would read the book. I don't know if you've had time. Anyhow, thank you for your attention.
John Hunter will be followed by Lee Moldaver.
John Hunter, 3226 Kai Opinion, Your Honor. I would just like to ask permission to speak, not directly to the police department, but I have a work commitment, and I'm not going to be able to stay until Chief Sanchez gets here, and I've taken work off to be here, so I'd just like to say my piece for 2 minutes as I was a witness to the violence in the parking lot at Gelson's Market.
Well, I've gone this far. You can have your minute and 33 seconds, so go right ahead.
Thank you. So I guess my whole point in addressing the council is, what are we doing? What, as a community, in the name of the community, are we doing here? I just want to stress that. What we witnessed that night in the parking lot and the entire walk home, my wife and I just kept thinking, God, what if that was our 16-year-old son? What if that was our 19-year-old daughter driving the community, gets out of the car, startled by the police officer, and in 5.1 seconds is in the most serious beatdown I've ever witnessed in my life, and I'm one of the few witnesses who watched it from start to finish with a ringside seat. So again, what in the heck are we doing? They say where there's smoke, there's fire. Well, we had the smoke. Now we've got a raging forest fire. What are we doing? I just don't understand the silence from the council on this matter. It's a matter of leadership to me. Someone needs to say, geez, I'm for what happened the other night based on the first 5 seconds of that video. Or, you know, I'm not for it. My whole thing with this, and I'll stand by this to the grave, and I don't need to see a doctored up video from the police department with captions slowed down to quarter speed so that you can't see how it happened in real
You
time.
have 5 seconds left.
That in 5 seconds, this was a beatdown. My grandmother used to say, the fish rots from the neck down. You've got a rotting fish.
Mr. Moldaver, I really would appreciate order in this council chambers. Thank you very much. Lee Moldaver will be followed by Brian Rosen, will be followed by Patricia Rosen, she will be the final speaker. Thank you, Mr. Moldaver.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, members of council. I'm Lee Moldaver, a longtime resident. Last Thursday, while we were celebrating the council's unanimous approval of Plan Santa Barbara, I had intended to recognize the immense service, which is now concluding, of John Jostes, the outgoing chair of the Planning Commission, and Charmaine Jacobs, a long-term planning commissioner. They were so heavily involved behind the scenes with Plan Santa Barbara and nudging the staff forward to try better and to raise the bar higher that we couldn't have gotten to where we were last week without their help. And for those people who are unaware, John was the city's first environmental analyst. He helped write the city's original CEQA guidelines when CEQA was a brand new law and no one knew what it really meant. He launched the city's Master Environmental Assessment, which is the foundation of so much of what we did today. He founded Interface, which is one of the first locally owned and operated environmental and land use planning companies. And of course, he's completing 8 stellar years on the Planning Commission. Charmaine Jacobs brought her experience from other parts of the country and her commitment to art in public places, to preservation of historic buildings, to preservation of views, for preservation of neighborhoods, and made them a force not only on the commission day to day, but in the negotiations on Plan Santa Barbara. So since I don't think the commission is going to be meeting anymore this year, I wanted to share as an append to Plan Santa Barbara's approval the incredible work and service that they did. I also want to thank Councilwoman Self. She was our council liaison to the Creeks Committee, and there was a reference to the new parking lot at Mackenzie Park, and she helped guide that through in her position. And given the format of rehearsals for American Idol that you sometimes deal with under public comment, no matter how much you're getting paid, it's not enough. So happy holidays to all of you. Thank you.
Brian Rosen will be followed by Patricia Rosen.
Hello there, all of you. Thank you for this opportunity. 2 minutes isn't a long time, and I think public comment is maybe the most important thing here. We listen to you for hours and hours. Well, there's a lot of important issues going on in this community and need to be resolved. Obviously, we need a police department that we have confidence in. We don't need to be walking around in fear, the citizenry of this community. Most police officers are not violent. Some will be judge, jury, and executioner, particularly when they think somebody's a drunk driver. That's in our society, that is understandable. Drunk drivers are terrible. However, I think this whole thing needs to be investigated and resolved. I think you can restrain people without breaking all kinds of bones and so forth. It can be done. And it is sort of natural to try to escape. It can be pretty fearful suddenly being surrounded by somebody, and that's understandable. I want to move. I think perhaps the way we're treating, it seems our government is taking away our rights. Our Constitution is eroding. I think part of it is maybe karmic. Look how we're treating animals in the factory farms. In terrible, unbelievable conditions. I've been showing on Channel 17 a show called Meet America, and the animals are just being absolutely tortured. And people like Doris Day, are trying to make a difference to educate people to eat cage-free eggs and that sort of thing. And they have made a difference. But what can this? I think maybe we're we eat animals and we support the torture, and maybe the city could do something to help animals here, some kind of resolution encouraging the restaurants to serve less cruelly raised animals. So what if we did some, how would
Wind up, please.
Sorry?
You're at your 2 minutes.
We need to get this on the agenda to, and maybe 10 or 20 letters to you would get it on the agenda. One of you would put it on the agenda, maybe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Patricia Rosen.
I just want to say that I think it's important that the people have the right to protest and what they believe.
You can move your mic down so we can all hear. There you go. Okay.
The people have the right to protest in what they believe is the right thing for all the people. That's what our country, when it first started, there was a protest. And this is what our country is, people saying their opinions and making changes when things are wrong. This is about all I have to say, except that I have found that the Santa Barbara Police Department, the policemen, have been really wonderful to me, and I think they believe very much like I do about not hurting people, about taking care of them, by getting the bad guys off the street, and protecting us. And I appreciate them. Everyone I've talked to, every policeman I've ever talked to, has always felt the same way that everyone else feels. My neighbors, they're not policemen, but they also feel very strongly that we're very lucky to live where we do, that we have this kind of a country. We don't have a country like Nazi Germany used to have, you know, in those days. We have a police department that cares for the people, and that's essentially all I have to say. Okay?
That concludes public comment. We're moving on to the consent calendar. There's a number of items to read. Brenda, go right ahead. Brenda, if you could, Ms. Smith, you can hand that to Mr. Armstrong. Go ahead, Brenda.
Item number 4, adoption of ordinance amending municipal code title 14, chapter 20, metering requirements. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending the municipal code by repealing section 14.20.160 pertaining to separate water meters. Item number 5, adoption of an ordinance amending municipal code title 28 for Veronica Meadows specific plan. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending municipal code title 28, amending chapter 28.50, the Veronica Meadows specific plan. Item number 7, introduction of an ordinance and resolutions for the annexation of 455 and 457 North Hope Avenue, including recommendation C that council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending chapter 28.12 zone map of title 28 of the municipal code pertaining to the zoning upon annexation of assessors parcel numbers 057-191-011 and 057-191-014 located at 455 North Hope Avenue and assessors parcel number 057-170-012 located at 457 North Hope Avenue in the Hope neighborhood. D, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara requesting initiation of proceedings for a reorganization of boundaries, annexation to the city of Santa Barbara, detachment from the Santa Barbara County Fire Protection District, Santa Barbara Sheriff's Office, CSA 32, and Goleta Water District for certain real property presently located at 455 North Hope Avenue and located at 457 North Hope Avenue, and adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending the general plan map of the city of Santa Barbara pertaining to assessors parcel number 057-191-011 and 057-191-014 located at 455 North Hope Avenue and assessors parcel number 057-170-012 located at 457 North Hope Avenue, which will be annexed to the city of Santa Barbara. And item number 8, introduction of ordinance for a lease agreement with Sushi Go Go. Recommendation that council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara approving a 5-year lease agreement with one 5-year option with Ki Young and Sarah Wang doing business as Sushi Go Go for the restaurant located at 119B Harbor Way, effective January 13, 2012.
Thank you. Without further objection, we'll waive further reading. I'd like to pull items 5 and 14, and I believe Mr. House wants to pull item number 6. Are there any other items anyone else would like to pull from the agenda, from the consent calendar? Okay. Why don't we go in order? Item number 5, the clerk has already read it. It's the Veronica Meadows item. This is the final adoption, and as last week, as you know, I voted against it. I'd just like to vote on this separately. So perhaps we could have a motion separately for that. Mr. White?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As you know, I spoke on that item last, and while I supported that round of voting on this issue today, I think that Madam Mayor had it right. My opposition to the project should have translated into a no vote then, and I will be voting no as well on this item.
Okay. If we could have a motion on item 5.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Mr. House.
So item 5 of the consent calendar regarding Veronica Meadows, I move that we approve this item.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No?
No.
That's 4-2. Mr. Wiley?
Madam Mayor, can I suggest that we consider possibly continuing this item because a 4-2 vote on this item is not an adoption of the ordinance.
Oh, this requires a 5-vote majority. So I guess that we only have 6 members. If we could perhaps move to, then you would like us to continue this to a future agenda where we have 7 council members here?
I think under the circumstances, it would be appropriate to have this item decided by full council,
Okay.
7 members.
So do we need to reconsider the vote we just took or just do another vote?
Your Honor, that's a non-action, so I don't think we need to
I see.
Reconsider it, but just to
It's a
possibly
non-action
continue.
because it was not 5 votes. It failed, basically. Okay, so is there a motion to move this to a future council agenda?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I move that we move this to a future council agenda where we have 7 members present.
Is there a second? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that passes. Thank you. That's item number 6, Mr. House.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Item number 6 regards the amendment of the Metropolitan Transit District Agreement. And I know we have some members of transportation staff here, and I see there's one member, somebody here who's from MTD. You can recall we, back some time ago, where we put forth this 101 operational improvements plan, we identified the need to address congestion construction impacts in the area. I see Mr. Dayton's here, maybe help refresh our memory about that. My question is really to how this agreement with MTD is coming about and why it is that we would be recommended to make this transfer of funds. Mr. Dayton, could you give us a little background on that, please?
Yep, Madam Mayor, Councilmember House, the background is the 101 operational improvements that have been under construction for the past 3.5 years that are planned to be completed early next year. And that, as you said, was a mitigation for construction impacts. The reason we have to take this step is because MTD was not originally a part of the agreement which was between Caltrans, Santa Barbara County Association of Governments, and the city. And so now we're actually just passing the money on so that they can do that project.
I see, and it's going to be used specifically to enhance transit in the corridor with the new Coastal Express Limited. And if I understand it correctly, that Coastal Express Limited actually is a more direct route for commuters in the area. It'll make it easier for them to get to work even through the construction area.
That's correct.
All right, great. Thank you. I just wanted to hear that out loud and be sure I'm voting on the right thing. Thank you.
Okay, you don't need to vote on that separately. No. And then item number 14, Brenda, if you could read that item.
Item number 14, fiscal year 2012 capital improvement program funding for the Andre Clark Bird Refuge Vegetation Maintenance and Restoration Project and the Shoreline Park Safety Improvement Project.
Thank you. I had some questions about this, and I know the Finance Committee met earlier today, and normally the committee report happens after the consent calendar, so I wanted to bring this up at this piece. But I'd like to start to hear what happened at the Finance Committee meeting, so maybe we can do that report now. Would be helpful.
Thank you,
Mr.
Madam
Francisco?
Mayor. The Finance Committee today heard
a report from Ms. Zachary on the proposed improvements at the bird refuge as well as at Shoreline Park. And we felt that because there was a significant expenditure from the general fund for these projects, that this was something that really needed to be presented to the entire council. So we didn't make a recommendation. We simply asked that Ms. Zachary give the report to the full council.
Okay. So I guess Ms. Zachary's right there. You knew it was coming. So if you could give us the report, that would be great. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, I do have a number of slides. I'll do my best to go through them very quickly. Essentially, what I'd like to briefly present are the project objectives for these two projects. The first project, the Andre Clark Bird Refuge, vegetation management and restoration project, and then the Shoreline Park Safety Improvement Project. The bird refuge is part within a 42-acre open space park. Historically, a salt marsh. It's been modified over more than 100 years. It's currently considered an artificially modified estuary. There is a gate system that prevents water from leaving the bird refuge and entering the Pacific Ocean, and its primary source of water is urban runoff. This gives you an orientation to the location and gives you a sense of where it is in relationship to East Beach with the Santa Barbara Zoo, the Clark Estate, Highway 101, and the municipal tennis courts above here. The objectives of the project are essentially maintenance. The Parks and Recreation Department is responsible for managing this facility. It is home to acres and acres of wetland vegetation that have over time grown in places that have caused problems for the city in terms of mosquito production. In recent years, a concern about West Nile virus and concern from the Vector Control District. We have flooding considerations on Highway 101, Cabrillo Boulevard, and Old Coast Highway. There are water concerns in that the bird refuge itself has become increasingly sedimented, and as we've all experienced at some point, we do have problems with eutrophication, which creates those noxious odors. The proposal is to remove 0.93 acres of vegetation. We are required under the permits, the 4 different permitting agencies, to mitigate that loss of vegetation on a 1-to-1 ratio. Our ultimate objective is to improve our management of the bird refuge and to avoid the kind of emergency situations that we've had in the past. Very quickly, the primary area of work is in this area. There are culverts here. There's a culvert up by Old Coast Highway, and then these other locations. This gives you a view of the culvert. You wouldn't know it's a culvert because it's entirely full of wetland vegetation. This is a view of the platform area, which essentially is growing all the way out to one of the islands, and that's the primary area of work. The project is scheduled or proposed to be implemented beginning in January of next year for a number of reasons. We've got many limitations. We have a bird nesting season that begins in mid-February. The water levels in the bird refuge are quite low. They're the highest in the winter if we have some rain, and we recently have had some rain. We have equipment that would go into the bird refuge that needs to be able to operate. We're also concerned that we could have an emergency flood situation this winter, and we'd like to avoid having a mosquito breeding season next summer that was as bad as last summer. The agencies have been asking us to prepare a management plan for the bird refuge for many years. The project budget had an initial general fund allocation of $157,000. That funding was reduced by $40,000 in fiscal year 2010 as one of the city's budget saving measures. Now that we're at the point of implementing the project, our total cost is just over $400,000. The table in the slide gives you a sense of where those costs lie for the project. Shoreline Park, a beloved coastline park, 15-acre park, coastal park that was developed in 1967-68. It has suffered from coastal bluff erosion since its inception, just like many areas of the coastal bluff in coastal California. Over time, we've lost park resources. 2 picnic areas have been lost. We've had to relocate sidewalk and fencing, and bluff erosion is ongoing. As we all remember, we had a significant landslide in 2008. That's the primary focus of this project, but there are other project elements. We're proposing to install new sidewalk, fencing, benches and signage in the landslide area. We also have some immediate safety needs, fencing needs in McGillivray Point, and then we have some park enhancements in terms of lighting, signage, and landscaping. The area where the landslide is, many people will be happy to know there'll be a new sidewalk there. There'll be coastal overlooks and informational signage. The design is intended to ensure that the sidewalk will remain for a very long time. It's outside the potential future bluff top in this location. Here's some images of the issues that we have at the park that we will be resolving with this project. And then very quickly, McGillivray Point, the lookout point in the park, has a number of safety considerations, lack of fencing, vertical cliff, cracks in the wall, and then the geology analysis we had completed indicated that there's a potential for a sudden failure, which puts park users at risk. This gives you an idea of some of the issues we have at McGillivray Point, and specifically the fact that we've lost much of the bluff that surrounded it when it was first constructed with the park. The schedule for this project, we were at the Planning Commission last week and they approved the coastal development permit. Our next step is to secure the grant we have from the Santa Barbara County Coastal Resource Enhancement Fund. We can't secure the final contract for that until we demonstrate that the project's fully funded. Building permits, if we can complete those by February, we anticipate construction in April and May of next year. The funding for this project initially was general fund allocation of $100,000, the county CREF grant, and then at the time we anticipated we would be able to use a state parks grant for the project. When we determined that the project would not be ready for construction prior to the expiration of the grant funding, which was in March 2001, we moved those grant funds over to the Oak Park restroom account and completed the project with those grant funds. The total cost is essentially the same as it was a year and a half ago, $237,000, with the majority going towards project construction. And the recommendation from staff is to fully fund both projects so that we're able to move forward with them in a timely fashion and meet the permitting requirements that we have, specifically to the bird refuge.
And I might add, Madam Mayor, we don't normally come to you mid-year and ask you to appropriate nearly $150,000 of general fund monies on capital projects, but because of one with the bird refuge, the need to do the work essentially in about a month and a half in January, and then with Shoreline Park, trying to get it ready for the summer, we felt that it was appropriate. We also felt because we are ahead of revenues this fiscal year, these are one-time monies, it doesn't affect ongoing programs, that it was appropriate to do so. So that's kind of the basis for the recommendation. The staff came to me about 30 days ago and said, hey, we've got this issue, we don't have enough funding for the projects. If we hold off another year, we lose another year on both of them. And so that's the basis of coming to you at this time with this recommendation.
Just so I can, I have some clarification questions. You mentioned, if you go back to the county CREF grant that says $40,000, and then earlier you said you want to secure a 2012 CREF grant. Is that the same grant or is that a different grant? Is that on top of the $40,000 or this is the $40,000?
Madam Mayor, if I could just clarify, we were given notice that we were awarded the funds, but we don't enter into a contractual agreement with the county until we're ready to proceed. The funds were for construction. And one of the stipulations is that we demonstrate that we have all of the funding to complete the project.
And you said that, you mentioned the deadline was March 2001, but I think you meant another date or...
I apologize. The deadline for the state grant funding that we used for the Oak Park restroom was March 2011.
Okay.
And we spent those funds before we lost those funds.
Okay, so the Oak Park restroom project funds are now being shifted over to the bird refuge piece. So those are funds that we didn't need to use anymore for Oak Park. And then there's still a little gap left for general fund money. That's the recommendation. And if we don't do this now, we have to wait a whole nother year. That's the bird refuge piece to it. And then the Shoreline Park one, if we do not allocate the funds and complete the project by the summer, do we also lose other grant funding? Is that what you said? Because there's timeline issues here.
Madam Mayor, we were already given a one-year extension by the county on the county CREF grant. We would have to go back and ask for another extension. We have not asked that question yet. The bird refuge schedule, we would have to look at the fall, September. Our concerns there is water levels could be quite low and we wouldn't be able to get the equipment in. So we would be back looking at a new date. Plus, we would have to update all of our permits and put the new schedule in our permits. And we're working with 5 different state, local, and federal agencies.
And the state 100,000 state parks grant of 100,000, does that have a deadline of when the money needs to be expended?
Madam Mayor, yes, and we expended those funds already. We met those deadlines.
You met those deadlines. Okay. Some other questions, Ms. Self?
Can you show on the map where the Creeks Division had done the vegetation removal and restoration?
Madam Mayor, council members, I apologize for doing this.
That's okay.
Very briefly, the bird refuge is home to quite a bit of non-native vegetation. I'd like to give you a little bit of background. These sort of tan colors are the non-native vegetation within the bird refuge. The project that the Creeks Division was involved in was largely actually grant funded, and it was a project that the Santa Barbara Zoo did with Coastal Natives nonprofit. Our role was to help with the permitting process, and then our role in terms of the Creeks Division, and then to also help with a little bit of the vegetation removal. And I'm losing them. There it is. And that work was done in this vicinity. There's, as you can see, quite a bit more restoration work to be done in the bird refuge, and we are not proposing that as part of our project at all. Ours is mitigation.
Thank you.
Mr. Hotchkiss.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Quick question. I can see that the Shoreline Park is actually a safety issue, as that could go at any point. This does seems to me not a safety issue. So if we, for whatever reason, chose to take this, not do this project and move that money into reserves or wherever, what are the effects other than possibly mosquitoes?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Hotchkiss, there are a number of potential effects. This location right here on the slide shows you the culvert that's completely full of vegetation.
Right.
That prevents water from draining from Highway 101, Old Coast Highway. There's about an 850-acre watershed that drains to the bird refuge. So we have flooding considerations in this location.
Is that stopped up right now?
Yes.
And what was, we had some pretty heavy rains 3 weeks ago. What happened then?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Hotchkiss, that's something we pay attention to. Luckily, the rainfall event that we had wasn't rapid enough and significant enough to cause problems. I would add that in 2008 and in 2006, when we had these same situations, we had to go through an emergency permitting process to remove the vegetation. And what we didn't do, which is what we're proposing to do with this project, is completely remove the vegetation right down to the rhizomes and the soil. What we've done before is sort of stopgap, cut the grass instead of replace the landscaping. When we move forward with this project, if we move forward with it, we anticipate we will buy ourselves many years of time before we have to go back in and do the same thing.
Nature is pretty relentless, as you know, so anybody who worked in the garden wish that they could do what you're talking about, but so I have some doubt, forgive me, not to you personally, but it's more of the optimism of the force of nature. Does the Coastal Commission deal with either of these projects?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Hotchkiss, yes, we also need a Coastal Commission permit in addition to a local coastal development
And is that pretty time-consuming, or could that be done in time for both of these projects?
We are on the cusp of getting all of our permits. We spent the last year doing the permitting process.
Okay, and so again, if we decided not to do one or even both of these, can we push that off and go back a year from now, or is it something you got to start all over again?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Hotchkiss, we would likely need to resubmit all of our permit applications.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Francisco, did you have any other? Yes. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. A question for Mr. Armstrong. When we discussed this at Finance Committee, Mrs. Self raised the possibility of using Creeks funds for the bird refuge part of this instead of the general fund. And I think there's a reasonable question there whether that might be the right way to go. This seems to me beyond a mere maintenance project. And I was wondering about the possibility. On the other hand, we have some time constraints, and I agree that this is an important project that needs to go forward. I wonder about the possibility of scheduling a future agenda item to discuss, to go ahead with the general fund funding of this for now, but to discuss in the future backfilling this from the Creeks Fund, which I think would be the correct approach.
Certainly, we could do that. Our recommendation would be then we just would go forward with the project and then schedule in January at some point, probably Finance Committee and then back to the full council, whether or not to backfill this with Measure B.
Okay, thank you.
Should probably go to the Creeks Committee if we're going to use Measure B funds.
Yeah, we
for
should
that.
go to the Creeks Committee as well. Sorry about that.
Mr. House?
Madam Mayor, I'm prepared to make a motion for the consent calendar, including this item, but I wanted to make sure with Mr. Armstrong, do we need to include that in our motion, the recommendation that you do that, or is that something that you would just put on our agenda?
I think that should be included in the motion.
Okay.
So why don't we do a separate motion for item 14? We can add that extra direction, and then we'll do the rest of the consent calendar.
Then we'll move item 14 for approval with the recommendation to staff to bring this back to us after it has had a chance to go to the Creeks Committee and for consideration for backfilling the funding.
And Finance
to the
Committee.
general fund.
And the
Second. Well, and the Finance Committee, I
Great.
suppose.
Okay. Do you need any other direction, or does that cover? Any other discussion on that motion? Is it seconded? Okay. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Well, then, Madam Mayor, I make a motion for the rest of the consent calendar except item 5 and item 14.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. It was important to have up front as opposed to just moving general fund money that we look at very carefully, but I think you explained yourself well, so thank you. We had our report from the Finance Committee already, unless there's anything else you'd like to add. Okay. Then move on to item number 19.
Item number 19, Rental Housing Mediation Task Force update.
Thank you. Mr. Bossi?
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Brian Bossi. I'm the Housing and Redevelopment Manager with the City of Santa Barbara. And I am here today with other city staff folks as well as in collaboration with the Rental Housing Mediation Task Force to give the council an update on the Rental Housing Mediation Task Force program. As far as our program's concerned, what I'd like to do is go over a few slides of why we're here and how we got here. I'll then turn it over to Ms. Sue Gray, our Administrative Services Manager in the Community Development Department, to go over the current budget remaining for fiscal year 2012, as well as looking out to fiscal year 2013 and looking into some issues that we'll have to deal with as part of this year's budget process. Or I should say next year's budget process. From there, I will be turning it over to Lisa Beck of the Rental Housing Mediation Task Force, and she will be providing a presentation of the various activities they've undertaken over the past 7 months. So what is the Rental Housing Mediation Task Force? The Rental Housing Mediation Task Force is a 35-year-old program that helps to resolve tenant and landlord disputes outside of court through a number of in a number of ways. One of them is information and outreach. The second is consultations by staff, both over the phone as well as in person in our offices. And the third is through mediation services provided both over the phone as well as face-to-face formal mediations. Our Rental Housing Mediation Task Force, again, has been around for 35 years. And also what our staff does is they provide support and training to the 15-member task force that's appointed by City Council. As for funding, historically, the Rental Housing Mediation Task Force has been funded through CDBG, or Community Development Block Grant administration funds, as well as assorted annual contracts. In this particular fiscal year, we have service contracts with the City of Carpinteria, the City of Goleta, as well as the County of Santa Barbara. Over the past number of years, we've seen declining community development block grant funds. And council's realized that and has had us look into possible other funding sources for this important program. So for about the past 4 years, staff has been looking into other funding sources. They include working with Santa Barbara Rental Properties Association, requesting funding from them to see if there's any way they could help out financially with the program. But as you can surely understand, many organizations are strapped for funding, and they weren't able to offer up a financial donation, but they have been kind enough to offer us free advertising space in their monthly magazine, which we've been happy to use, and we thank them for that. We've also looked into additional grants, and to that effect, we've received a 3-year HPRP grant, which you're well aware of, which ends at the end of August 2012. We have also looked into, hold on here 1 second. We've also established a donation link on the Rental Housing Mediation Task Force website. That was about 1.5 years, 2 years ago. To date, we've received between $400 and $500 from that source. And we also looked into the establishment of a fee on the rental property owner's business license fee. And we were targeting rental property owners with 4 or more units, so not your mom and pops, but more folks who are in it for a business. And we were looking into that, working with our finance staff, but with the passage of Proposition 26 in November 2010, which requires any new fee or tax to be approved by the voters, we dropped that off the table, so it's no longer on our radar. So as you can see, this isn't a new issue, but it has come to a head last fiscal year, and it remains to be seen how it'll work out in the future. Also, we've had increasing overhead costs, and that impacts our CDBG administration funds, again, which are one of the primary sources of funding for the Rental Housing Mediation Task Force program. Now, the budget for last fiscal year. On May 2nd, the council held a work session, and we presented this issue to the City Council. And based on CDBG cuts of 16.5%, staff presented and were forced to present to you a balanced budget, and that's just what we did. And so that balanced budget required significant changes to the Rental Housing Mediation Task Force. Our proposal included only 1 full-time employee providing information only to the public. And we were to keep the Rental Housing Mediation Task Force, again, the 15-member task force, on an as-needed basis. So we would call upon them to work with larger mediations, your mass evictions and things of that nature. At that point in time, the Rental Housing Mediation Task Force members requested the opportunity to keep the program running as is, basically full services, while they pursued other funding sources and looked at ways to sustain the program for the long term. We came back to you on June 2nd in another council budget work session, and realizing the importance of the program and the significant role it's played in the community over the past 35 years, council approved a one-time general fund appropriation of $36,578 that would keep the program running as is, the full suite of services from July until December of 2011. Now, also at that meeting, the council approved $36,577 in general fund appropriated reserves to fund the program from January until June of 2012, pending the successful review of the program at 6 months. And that's why we're here today. We're going to talk to you about the many activities that the Rental Housing Mediation Task Force has undertaken to come up with a sustainable funding source and to keep the program running. And there were a number of specific points that council requested that the task force look into, and I will get into those in a minute. But first, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Sue Gray, who's going to talk about our current budget situation as well as looking forward into 2013.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Sue Gray. I'm the Administrative Services Manager in the Community Development Department. What's up on the screen now is the budget for the current year for the Rental Housing Mediation Task Force program. When we were here during the initial budget presentations, council asked that we kind of split the rental mediation budget into two, one for city services only and one for the other jurisdictions. So that's what I have up here right now. You'll see the red line right there in revenues. It's kind of cutting the revenues in half. Above the red line, those are the figures that were approved in the fiscal 2012 budget. The revenue items below the red line are things that have happened since the budget was adopted. So, bottom line, the good news is we've had some revenues come in, so in order to run the program at full level of service, we won't need the second $36,578 that council set aside from the general fund for this current fiscal year. So let me just go through it real quickly. The first column is city only. That's to provide services to city residents. The budget includes 1 full-time and 1 part-time staff. The column next to it are the other jurisdictions. That includes 2 part-time staff to kind of help with the increased caseload for those jurisdictions. And then I have a total column on the end. We have the general fund transfer up there for the first 6 months, City of Santa Barbara CDBG funds, and city human service funds. And those are all monies that were appropriated with the fiscal 2012 budget. Down below, you'll see a $5,000 allocation from the Housing Authority. That's money that they've graciously donated to this program, and we thank them very much for that. There's $15,250 estimated there from HPRP, which is Homeless Prevention and Rapid Rehousing Funds. We discussed this during the 2012 budget process, but at that time, the rental mediation program wasn't really up and running with the HPRP program, and we weren't real comfortable kind of estimating what they would spend for the year. But now we've got 6 months behind us. They're averaging a little over $1,000 a month. So we're thinking that by the end of June, there'll be $15,250 from the HPRP program. And then, as Brian mentioned, then we've had some small donations coming in through the website. And we also had a little bit of carryover from fiscal year 11 that we didn't know about when we were doing the budget appropriations earlier. So you can see that for city only, we have our balanced budget for the city only and also the other jurisdictions. So that is the current year. And then I want to quickly show you a couple scenarios for fiscal year 2013. This is just intended to kind of give you a heads up as to what you can expect when we come back with our budget proposals for fiscal year 13. We're estimating a reduction in CDBG funding of 15%. So we basically just reduced the amount for rental mediation by that amount. City Human Services, that's a process that the Rental Mediation Task Force applies for along with all the other 50, 60 nonprofits. We're estimating a 10% reduction because that's the amount that's reduced available human service funds because council set aside that $75,000 for the homeless coordinator position. So that's just an estimate also. The HPRP program, there will be 2 months left. July and August next year, we're estimating $1,000 a month for each of those. And then the task force was successful in getting a one-time only grant from the Fund for Santa Barbara for $5,000. So that's great. So that money can be used for next year. The budget, the expenses are pretty much the same as this year. I didn't change any of those. This is just kind of a heads up. We haven't started the actual budget process yet. And the other jurisdictions, that's assuming that all of those jurisdictions continue to support the program and want services for their residents. So we're looking at, it's hard to see up there on the slide, but it's $71,760 shortfall for next fiscal year for the services as they are now. And then, Brian, can you go to the next slide? This next one is showing you the difference between the full services and information only. Basically, the revenues up at the top are the same, and we have taken out the part-time person under the city only. So that saves basically about $20,000. So the shortfall there is $51,780. So that's it for my part.
back to the City Council and the areas they requested that the task force members look into. We tried to consolidate them as much as possible. The first area was grants, looking at various grant opportunities. As you can tell, they've been doing a good job of that. As Sue indicated, they've received one $5,000 grant actually just last week, so we're very excited about that. They did a wonderful job putting that together. They've also been looking at other funding sources, and they're going to talk about that. Another thing that council requested they look into is the idea of a fee recovery on a sliding scale basis. So these folks who are getting services, is there a mechanism there to somehow generate some income that will help fund the program? It would never help fund the program to the full extent, but it could help in small amounts. Another issue was volunteers and looking at how volunteers can be used to help the program, reduce staff doing a lot of those activities. Same thing with training. As well as looking into bylaws. Are there any changes in their bylaws that could help the program function a little better? And one of the last issues that they were asked to look into was the transition to or collaboration with a nonprofit. Would it be better for this task force to become its own nonprofit or pair up with another nonprofit? It then opens the doors to different funding opportunities. We've been lucky enough that the Housing Authority of the City of Santa Barbara and one of their nonprofits, Second Story Associates, has been able to sponsor the group as their fiscal agent, which allows us to go and pursue funding, grant funding, technically or somewhat technically as a 501c3 or a nonprofit agency. But instead of stealing their thunder, I'll turn it over to the Rental Housing Mediation Task Force at this time, and they will run you through their presentation.
Great.
So here is Lisa Beck.
Hi, good afternoon. I wanted to just start by introducing myself because this is the first time I think I have appeared before you other than when I came onto the board. I have been a mediator with Rental Housing Mediation Task Force since 2007. I've served a year as secretary and a year as vice chair. Before I became part of Rental Housing Mediation Task Force, I received my certificate in dispute resolution from Pepperdine University's Strauss Institute for Dispute Resolution and also my MBA with an emphasis in dispute resolution from Pepperdine University. And I currently work at UCSB as the associate registrar, and I'm also a PhD student in education. The Rental Housing Mediation Task Force, as you know, started in 1976. And I know Brian already talked a little bit about this, but I'd like to go into a little bit about why it came about. It was a grassroots effort that eventually was adopted by the city. And the reason for the effort was that there was a political climate of unrest regarding issues of rent control and just cause eviction. And I'm going to read this little bit from the Santa Barbara Rental Property Association newsletter. This was an open letter from Sylvia Loretto. It says, I can remember before the Rental Housing Mediation Task Force was established, when landlords and tenants had nowhere to resolve their disputes outside the legal system. That frustration gave rise to political polarization within the community. City Hall was a nightmare situation. It was overrun by standing room only crowds of irate tenants who wanted rent control and just cause eviction ordinances and frustrated landlords who were in opposition. This was why the Rental Housing Mediation Task Force was developed, in order to avoid having to put in place these rent control laws and just cause eviction ordinances. Rental Housing Mediation Task Force offered a balanced solution that would allow renters and landlords to resolve their issues without having to resort to this sort of legal avenue. So what is mediation? It's a process in which a neutral third party assists disputants at reaching a mutually satisfactory agreement. A lot of people are really unclear about this. It's not intended to create winners and losers. It's meant to empower the participants by helping them to make decisions and work through their own disputes with the aid of a third party. Over the years, they've received a number of awards: congressional recognition from Congresswoman Lois Capps, United States Department of Housing and Urban Development certificate, and numerous mediation and fair housing proclamations. The services offered by the task force are open to all community members, including persons with mental or physical disabilities, and that is a large portion of the constituencies that are served by the task force, and also to Spanish-speaking members of the community. You can see from the statistics, the task force serves over 1,000 unduplicated clients per year and has for the past 35 years, and they have a 95% success rate. Over 1/3 of those 1,000 plus cases are actually eviction cases. All the cases in the pie chart that are in red are various types of eviction cases. Of those 1,000 plus cases, about 30 a year go to mediation. So most of those things are resolved through other avenues. But the 30 that go to mediation are the very, very serious cases that can't be resolved by the parties on their own. The number of participants in those mediations can range from 2 to 200. As you know, the Modoc eviction was the largest one that we've dealt with. And over 90% of the ones that actually make it to a mediation are eviction cases. There are a number of benefits to the program that are difficult to see because we benefit from the program, so we don't see what's good. We only see when there's problems. One of those is that it reduces the use of other local resources, such as police, medical, and the related costs to the community. So many of these situations would escalate and involve police if they weren't taken care of through some kind of facilitated dispute resolution. It reduces the number of small claims and superior court lawsuits, and it reduces resources expended to house homeless individuals and families. So that's that 300 plus a year that we're dealing with that are eviction cases. Tenants comprise 60% of Santa Barbara's residents, and given the current economic climate, we feel that the Rental Housing Mediation Task Force is needed more than ever than it has been in the past. 80% of the clients are low-income tenants, and in many of these cases, they wouldn't know where else to turn if they didn't have the task force to support them. There are also a number of social benefits. It prevents homelessness. It maintains continuity of housing for families, which allows families to stay together and children to stay in their schools. It preserves a flow of rent and tenancy to property owners, thereby avoiding foreclosures. It averts the consequences of high-stakes disputes. It prevents confrontation, violence, and suicidal ideation. And I know this sounds extreme, but it's actually quite true that very many of the cases that progress to the mediation stage, people are at that point. They really feel they have nowhere else to turn, and many of them are at that point contemplating suicide or harm to others. Let's see, it levels the playing field between tenants and landlords, educates community members on landlord-tenant rules, regulations, and rights. That's actually a large portion of what the task force does, and specifically the staff of the task force, because in many cases there are a myriad of avenues available to people, but they are unaware of what those avenues are. And it empowers disadvantaged participants. We know now that we have funding available to keep the program going for the next 6 months, which is great. We're very excited about that. But we are concerned about the long-term future of the program. So as a result, because we were asked to explore various cost-saving options, we went ahead and formed subcommittees to look into each of these things. We formed a grant and fundraising subcommittee, a training subcommittee, an advocacy subcommittee, and a bylaws subcommittee. All of the task force members stepped up their commitment in order to serve on these various committees. And while this development is positive, it has taken a lot of time away from what the board is actually intended to do, which is to mediate disputes, because all the board members are the mediators. And the current commitment level for many of us on the board is not sustainable over the long term, because we already we're doing a lot of other things in support of the board, and to also have these many other tasks added to our plates is not easy to commit to. So for seeking new grant funding, the grant writing subcommittee has been meeting weekly and applied for various grants from foundations and from banks through their Community Reinvestment Act funds. We were awarded last week $5,000 from the Fund for Santa Barbara, as Chris mentioned, or Brian, sorry. The program is unfortunately not of the type that's typically funded by grants, because grants often are not used for funding operational costs. People don't want to give grant money to fund an operational cost, particularly because many times they're one-time only. So they're really meant to fund a specific thing that's happening, not an ongoing process. We have been continuing to seek new grant funding, but we don't expect to ever be able to fully fund the task force through grants or through fundraising or donations. So we feel that we need to be assured of general funds in order to make up the difference in funding. And we've looked at federal emergency solutions to replace the homeless prevention grant funds, which will apparently be going away in the future. We did look into a sliding fee scale. Now, basically, in this case, we researched it and we voted against the implementation of it, but we had good reasons to do so. Much of it is because since 80% of our clients are low income, many would be unable to pay, or they'd be at the very low end of that sliding scale. And another obstacle, this would create another obstacle in places where people are already having difficulties. So many times it's difficult to convince the party who didn't initiate the mediation to actually participate, and this would be an excuse for them not to participate if we were asking them to pay for their participation. And our final reason was really that it wouldn't necessarily meaningfully contribute to the amount of funding that we needed, because when you actually look at the numbers, if even at the best case scenario, 30 mediations a year, the amount that we are supposed to charge according to our bylaws is $75 per participant. So best case scenario, that's $150 per mediation for 30 mediations. So in the very best case, it's $4,500 a year that we're talking about. But because so many of our participants are low income, the actual expected amount would be far less than that. We calculated it to be around $1,000 a year, and the amount of time and energy that would be spent collecting that money would make it not worth the amount of effort that was put out. Use of volunteers. I know a number of people, I guess, asked why the task force members couldn't volunteer in the office rather than hiring part-time staff for that purpose. This is difficult because of the revolving door with the volunteers on the task force. People tend to stay on for a few years, but really to have good staff help, you need people who are there regularly and are committed to being there, because it requires quite a bit of training. Most of the mediators, although they're trained in mediation, intake is very different, and they would need to know of all the resources that were available to people in order to refer them out to those resources. That said, we are going to begin having mediators volunteer in the office starting in January 2012. We don't expect that they can supplant any of the paid staff, but they can provide relief to the current staff workload, and they can enhance the current level of service that's being provided. Unfortunately, many of the mediators, because of busy schedules and limited time, can't commit to coming in on a regular basis. So it'll be an as available basis that people are volunteering. And the truth is, many of us, because we already mediate disputes, we participate in outreach, we attend meetings and trainings. All the mediators have to do at least 25 hours of training before they're allowed to mediate any disputes. And we participate in a lot of other program tasks. It's actually a pretty big time commitment, even without people going and volunteering in the office. Mediator training. Another question that was asked, I guess, was whether people on the board or on the task force could actually do training for new mediators as they came on board, because up to this point, that's been done by staff members. And we did determine that we think that this is a realistic plan, because many of us on the task force, we have several attorneys, we have a number of people who have been trained in mediation outside of the program. So in order to mitigate the training costs, we formed a training subcommittee that is now collaborating with staff to create and present training materials. We've found free training sources online for mediation, and we are allowing people to take that time that they're volunteering in the office, or that they will be starting in January, and apply that towards the 25 hours that they need for their state guidelines in order to be able to mediate disputes. And the reason we're able to do that is because one of the areas in the training that people are required to do is intake or administrative type training. We do feel that the senior mediation specialist, Andrea Buffano, needs to remain involved during this time, because she has 20 years worth of training materials that she's already got put together, and it seems like it wouldn't make sense to just put that aside when it's already there and ready to go. As far as a transition to a nonprofit agency or a merge with an existing nonprofit agency, we did look into these possibilities. Right now, total independence is not feasible, partly because if we were to do that, that would drastically increase the overhead of the program. And we also felt like the city banner legitimizes agreements and makes them more easily enforceable in people's minds. And it encourages compliance among the participants. There are difficulties with merging with other nonprofits. One is that it undermines our independence, autonomy, neutrality, and authority. Because many of the people that we partner with in the community have specific areas that they support. For instance, Legal Aid Foundation, they're often advocates for the tenants. Pueblo are often tenant advocates. Santa Barbara Rental Property Association are landlord advocates. We would be perceived as being biased if we were to partner with one of these agencies. And as far as more neutral agencies within the community, such as Conflict Solutions, well, we did look into some of those possibilities, but many of those agencies are already struggling, and they're barely able to keep their doors open. So since we don't have any funds to bring to that partnership, we can't really, we're basically asking them to give, but we have nothing to give in return. We do, however, have, as Brian mentioned, the 501c3 through Second Story Associates, and we are accepting donations through that avenue right now. Now, other communities do have these same problems, and they deal with them in various ways. So I just wanted to kind of outline those really quickly. One is through Dispute Resolution Program Act funds. We did look into this, but it wasn't feasible for us because currently the RFP for that is closed in Santa Barbara County, and they've told us that even when it gets opened, it's only going to fund court mediations. So anything that's being diverted away from an actual court case. Other communities do have a nonprofit that handles this, and they guarantee funding to that nonprofit. It's built into one of their city programs. And they do this through community development block grants or city and county general funds. Other communities have a business license fee that collects a little bit of money for each place that's rented out and uses some of that money to fund mediations. We think this is probably a good avenue to pursue, but my understanding is that the city staff has already looked into this and determined that it would be very difficult to collect that money, and that's why it hasn't been seriously pursued up to this point. And then the final option is many communities, of course, in California have rent control laws, and they have rent control boards that handle these kinds of disputes. This is just a quick overview of some of the people in the community that refer clients to us. So even though we don't feel like it's realistic to try to partner with one of these, we do interact very closely with many different constituencies in the community. And actually, in addition to the ones on this list, which Andrea just threw out in like 3 minutes last week, we got a number of letters over the last week. So there's a few that are not on here that I just wanted to mention. One is Santa Barbara County Action Network, the Mobile Homeowners Project, Rental Housing Roundtable, Property One Management, and the League of Women Voters of Santa Barbara all sent in letters of support over this last week. So we are well connected within the community, but it is important that we remain neutral. I'm not going to read through these in the interest of time, but here's just a few testimonials that we were given on behalf of different people that we have served. You can go ahead and go on to the next one. But I did want to go ahead and share a couple of things. One is, this is a letter that was sent to us this week, and I just wanted to read a little piece of it because I think it illustrates some good things. It says, last week, I met a low-income senior who was being evicted from her apartment after she fell into a hole and fractured her foot and asked her landlord to fix the holes. And then she goes on to explain more about that dispute. And then she says, this is an example of how conflict can snowball and lead to harsh consequences, however unintended. Every day, I speak with seniors whose high housing costs create deprivation. Other needs go unmet because housing is essential. In the current economic recession, being evicted can have severe consequences. It can lead to homelessness, depression, illness, divorce, and even suicide. And she actually has a follow-up letter that she wrote to this in which she says that that particular person did end up contacting the Rental Housing Mediation Task Force, and Andrea worked with her, and they were able to get her into a situation where she now knows what options she has available, and she is pursuing getting assistance to move. She doesn't want to stay in that situation because of the difficulties. She feels like those are going to be ongoing. There's going to be hurt feelings. It's going to be an uncomfortable environment for her over the long term, but now she knows what options she has, and she's not in imminent danger of being homeless. And I liked this story because I think it illustrates two things. One of those is something that I think not a lot of people understand. They expect that if you're mediating a dispute, you're really just keeping somebody in a situation that's kind of unhealthy over the long term. But very few of the disputes that I have mediated that were eviction cases have actually ended up with the people staying long term in that housing situation. It's usually more often helping them to come to an agreement on the terms of them leaving, allowing them time to get their act together, to get funding so that they can afford the move, really just keeping their situation stable until they can find another housing situation. And the other is that this is a situation that never went to mediation, but this is the bulk of the situations that we're dealing with. So if you look at the number of mediations, it doesn't accurately convey the number of people who are being serviced by the program, who are being helped by the program. And, you know, I just, on a personal note, based on the mediations that I have worked on the past, I had one a few years ago, right about this time, it was right before Christmas, where a woman had been unexpectedly saddled with her daughter's infant. Her daughter had basically left the infant with her and left the area, and the woman, having suddenly to care for an infant and not having prepared for the funds needed to do that, she was unable to pay her rent and had been for a few months and was just distraught, and she was in danger of being evicted right before the holidays. And I don't know for, sorry, I'm getting choked up. I don't know for other people, you know, if you can picture that, but it is something that would be devastating to suddenly find yourself homeless with a new baby right at the holidays. I mean, it's really something most of us can't conceive of, I hope. And that was, you know, such a gratifying case to see resolved. And the woman and the baby were able to stay in the home, and they did find the new housing. The landlord, in fact, helped them to find less expensive housing that they could afford over the long term. And then in another case that I mediated, there was a woman who had just found out that she had terminal cancer. And in her state of being distraught over that, forgot that in the next room she had left her bathwater running. And so her bathwater had flooded her apartment, flooded the apartment underneath hers, and immediately her landlord moved to evict her, not knowing the circumstances of what had happened. And in that case, once everybody came together and everybody knew what had happened, they were able to work out a wonderful solution. She stayed in her housing long term, and was able to find funds to do all the repairs. I mean, it really was very, very touching. And those are the kind of cases that we see all the time. So we really are there to keep people in their homes and to, you know, to keep people off the streets and keep children in their schools. And I just want to ask where we would be if we didn't have a service like this, because for many of these people, they don't have anywhere else to go, or certainly they don't know where else to go in these kinds of situations. That's really all I have, but if anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, and thank you and the committee for all the work you've done these last several months. We do have some public comment on this. Any questions first from the council? Okay, Mr. Bossi, Mr. Francisco, go right ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Bossi, if I recall correctly, when this first came before council during the budget hearings, one of the suggestions from staff was that other communities, and as was mentioned in Ms. Beck's presentation, other communities did have nonprofits that were doing similar work. So how much do we know about that? How real is that?
Madam Mayor, council member, what we've looked at, we did go out and try and research other cities and counties that have similar programs. Governmental type programs, meaning housed underneath that specific government, and we could not find any. This is a very unique program, and again, Ms. Beck referred to the roots of it and how it started, and council taking a proactive approach in that sense over 35 years ago to make this happen. But really, there aren't any cities or counties that we could find that have a government-sponsored program. They are primarily run through a variety of different nonprofits. It may not necessarily be one nonprofit, but a number of nonprofits, maybe one who focuses more on landlord, one who focuses more on tenant, and combinations of that throughout that receive the nonprofit status allows them to go out and get grant funding a bit easier, or significantly easier than a governmental institution. I think one of the things that we came up against, even though we do have this this Second Story Associates acting as our 501c3 fiscal agent, I think one of the things that the granting organizations follow the paper trail back and see that this is a city-sponsored, a government-sponsored program. And so they are a bit hesitant to fund those types of activities, and I think that's something we addressed back in May. But we have had that one grant so far, and we're hopeful that we'll receive more in the future to help supplement the decline in CDBG funds. But as a whole, there aren't many or any that we can find city or county organizations that are run similar to this particular program.
Okay. Well, I guess then what my question is, if this is an answerable one, is are there programs, for instance, in other cities and counties in Southern California that accomplish something similar to what our program accomplishes, but accomplish it completely through a nonprofit or a group of nonprofits?
That is a really good question. I'm not sure I can answer that. As I said, our research hasn't found a similar government organization, but my understanding is it's made up more of a network of organizations who provide maybe a little different tweak on services that then make up basically what this particular program provides to the public.
Okay.
It's something we can continue to look into in the coming months as well.
That would be great. Thank you.
Well, I think we got we got the questions here. Well, unless there's a specific question for you, but I think that answered that. Mr. House?
Mr. Bossy, a question about and Ms. Gray, question about the funding that was already part of our budget for this year that is not being recommended for carryover into the new budget that would be coming to us later at the as we prepare for 2012. So what is it in the recommendation that has us not retain those funds for this purpose so that we can ensure at least some bit of continuity over into the new, at least available funds that could be carried over into the new budget? It appears that the recommendation is that these funds are then reabsorbed back into the general fund and that they wouldn't stay associated with this purpose as we move towards the coming year. Could you talk to me a little bit about that? Because it seems like we have set aside funding for this program, and continuity would be a very important part of our one of our goals.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember House, you're speaking about the $36,000 that was appropriated.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that amount, we didn't want to assume that council would carry it over to the next year for us. It wasn't actually approved. It was approved to be used if council decided today that yes, the program needed it, and then it was going to be appropriated for the use. I'm not using the particular
I mean, most of our programs, if they do have something at the end, I guess we would have the discretion to put it back in the general fund or not, but it would be assumed that it would be carried over unless there was some special action. Am I misunderstanding this?
This was reserved but not appropriated funds.
In the general fund, we don't, if a department doesn't spend money, we don't carry it over to the next year unless there's a specific purchase order or encumbrance that like they're buying materials or something that we would carry it over for. But everything drops to the bottom line and then we start over.
Okay, it would be an appropriated reserve that might get carried over, not one that would be unappropriated?
No, actually, we don't carry any appropriated reserve over. It drops to the bottom line and then we reappropriate it. The only money that gets carried over is typically for where we have a contract where we've guaranteed that we would buy goods and services, and then we carry that over because we haven't finished out the contract.
Okay, this is being handled exactly the way we would with any other program within the...
That's correct. And at this point, our understanding of the council's intent was at 6 months, you wanted us to come back with a progress report, but you also asked us to include the money in the appropriated reserve so that there was some feeling that if you needed to provide support for the program for the rest of the year, the money was already allocated.
Very clear. Thank you very much.
And due to the work in the last several months and some funding that has come in through other jurisdictions or grants, we do not need to use those appropriated reserves and still have the program run through June 30th at the way it is now. And then so as we move into the budget cycle next spring, we can have this conversation again about what to do in the next fiscal year.
That's correct.
Is that it? Okay. Any other questions? Okay. We have some public comment speakers on this item. We have Robert Burke. And is Lynn Goebel here? Yes, there you are. So you're yielding your time to Mr. Burke. So Mr. Burke, you have 4 minutes. Good afternoon.
Madam Mayor, council members, my name is Robert Burke. I am on the Rental Housing Mediation Task Force. I'm speaking for myself. There's a bus that goes from the Veterans Clinic down to the Veterans Hospital in Los Angeles. And one time I was on there, and I was one of the first on the bus, and I got the seat that I wanted so I could have the view as we went down to Los Angeles. And this gal came on and she berated me in my face. That's my seat. That's my seat. That's my seat. And she eventually sat down across the aisle and one seat up, and all the way down she would gloam at me. And I got rattled. I complained to the driver. Nothing happened on it, but she rattled me and she successfully intimidated me. Later, many months later, and and a bit recently, I went on to get on the bus again, and all of a sudden I had a mild panic attack that this woman would be on that bus again. Now, this is an irrational and unreasonable situation, but that's what panic attacks are about. And so I went in and complained, expressed my concerns to one of the staff members. And she said, well, come out. And she went on, she looked at the bus, no, there's nobody on there, you're okay. And I was still feeling anxious about it because, like I say, these events are not rational. And then she said, I was in the MPs. I got your back. And I immediately was assuaged. I just felt relieved. That's what we do at the task force. We are a mediation, not an arbitration. And to all the rental owners and all the rental residents, we are on both your sides. We got your back, Madam Mayor.
Lou Troiga, is he still here? He had to leave, I know. Lou? On his way back? Okay, when he comes back, he can speak. Do we, Marge Guillermo? Is Marge still here? No? Thomas Griffith? Come on up.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm a lawyer, and I volunteer with my legal services to the Legal Aid Outreach Program that provides legal consultations at the Franklin Center, Westside Community Center, and Goleta Valley Community Center. I've been doing this most of the time since I graduated and passed the bar in 1985. Over this time, I've come to know the good works done by the Rental Mediation Task Force. They've provided invaluable services to both renters and landlords in rental disputes. I can only guess how many hundreds of cases have been diverted from the court system by the task force. I urge you to support this program because of the good that it does in the community, resolves conflict, and saves money. What more could we ask? Thank you.
Did Lou Triega come back? Okay. Beth Pitton August will be followed by Mark Alvarado.
Madam Mayor, council members, I'm speaking on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Santa Barbara. The Rental Housing Mediation Task Force has increased estimated revenues and begun the process of developing long-term funding solutions. The League of Women Voters of Santa Barbara encourages you to preserve the Rental Housing Mediation Task Force, its volunteer board, funding, and staffing with a general fund contribution from the allocated reserve. The League of Women Voters at all levels, national, state, and local, has for decades supported affordable housing for those with low incomes as a basic human need. League of Women Voters supports adequately funded, government-supported legal assistance programs for those unable to pay. We also support protection of the rights of both tenants and landlords. The mediation program meets both these criteria, and we urge you to continue providing the important service. The Rental Housing Mediation Task Force program has been providing mediation between landlords and low and very low income tenants since 1976, as you know. This is an essential service that resolves conflicts without costly legal challenges. The Rental Housing Mediation Task Force is the only provider of mediation services to landlords and low and very low income tenants. Tenants depend on and have benefited from this service. Effective problem solving also contributes to a more stable, housed population that otherwise might end up homeless, which ultimately would cost the community more. Given that 60% of Santa Barbara residents are renters, it seems reasonable and prudent to have a process in place to resolve the inevitable conflicts that arise. given the fact that mediation is proven to work and we have a workable system in place. Eliminating the service and disbanding the task force would be counterproductive. This step would also be difficult to reverse. Keeping it, even with reduced staff, would enable the Rental Housing Mediation Task Force to continue their valuable services. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Mr. Triga came in, and Mr. Alvarado, you're letting him come before you? Okay, then you'll be next.
Good afternoon. Sorry about the misunderstanding. I had to go and repark my car. My name is Lou Traga. I'm with Independent Living Resource Center, and I'm here to voice our support for the task force. Now, it was mentioned earlier that the majority of the population that the task force serves are actually individuals with disabilities. Now, my organization is greatly concerned that this may actually affect them disproportionately and have no one to voice to support them in their issues that they have with landlords. And this is really, really important for us. And it reminds me almost of a famous quote by an economist, but articulated a lot better by Donald Rumsfeld when he said there are known knowns, known unknowns, and unknown unknowns, a very famous quote. Well, in this particular case, we know that this program has been very successful. The polarization is very important. The social tension has been a source in many, many cities across America, and perhaps keeping that in mind wouldn't hurt. But more importantly, litigation and lawsuits. Many people will be forced to sue, and this will have a reverberating effect into the system. And I hope that this council takes our concerns into consideration. And 95% success rate, I think, is very, very impressive. I think that speaks for itself. Again, we strongly support the program. Please keep in mind that majority of their population are individuals with disabilities. And we thank you, and have a good evening. Thanks.
Mark Alvarado will be followed by Martin Osborne.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Council. Mark Alvarado, Executive Director for Pueblo. You know, I think today's report by staff and from the Mediation Task Force is encouraging and positive. A lot of times operations like this will come empty-handed, but if you don't have to use the $36,000 right now, I think that demonstrates that the program is working and that what was said 6 months ago has come to fruition. As you know, Pueblo is the voice for low-income working families here in Santa Barbara, and specifically right now, because of immigration issues, we're really lending our voice to the plight of immigrants and Spanish-speaking families who really would benefit with the continuation of this program, specifically children who are a lot of times uprooted in the middle of school year when situations happen through renters. And a lot of our constituents that we serve are pretty much 100% renters, and as we know, 60% of Santa Barbara are renters. And if you talk about what's right with our community here in Santa Barbara, it's this program specifically. So I'm just here today just once again to show that Pueblo is supportive of the Mediation Task Force and of the City of Santa Barbara as we move forward and try to figure out how to make this a sustainable program. So thank you.
Martin Osborne will be followed by Ben Bush.
Madam Mayor, members of council, I was the former director of the Rental Housing Mediation Task Force in 1978 through 1985. So when you talk about the inception of the program, I was there. The maintenance of neutrality of this program is paramount. Okay, so to seek other funding sources through the homeowners or the tenants will jeopardize that neutrality. So I think the city actually should fund it. And I don't think you should just fund it as it is. I think you should make it grow. Reach out to the communities of Goleta and Carpinteria and make this program grow, because it's an unbelievable benefit to this community. You know, and seek out volunteers. If it was in Carpinteria, where I live, I happen to live in Carpinteria, so I can't serve on the boards anymore. But if it was in Carpinteria, I'd volunteer down there. You know, and because it is a very good program. I'm a practicing lawyer. I've been practicing for 30 years, and I see litigation and what litigation does. And to keep things out of the courts is really necessary, especially matters of landlord-tenant, because of very personal nature. And things will end up in court if you don't have a program like this. So maintain this program, make it grow. Don't just leave it as it is or cut it down. Make it grow. Add more staff, because the need is out there. because there are tenants out there that will come out of the woodwork and bring the program out to the community too. We were in the Franklin Neighborhood Center when I ran the program, and the number of walk-in people was amazing that we would get every week. I don't know how many they get where they are now, but take the program back out to the community. Now, Andrea didn't know I was going to say that, and she probably won't like it, but it really should be out in the community centers, because take it out to the people, because that's where it should be. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your past service. Ben Bush will be followed by Ellen Goodstein.
Madam Mayor, council members, my name is Ben Bush. I've been on the Rental Housing Mediation Task Force for 8 years. I was the chairman for 2 years of that. And my recommendation is that we keep with the general funds, keep supporting the program. It just seems it's going to be at a significant social and financial cost if we're not able to keep this program going. I know several years ago there was a big dispute with the apartment complex on MODOC, and significant amounts of the council members' time were taken up with that. So for the sake of, if you step back and look at the big financial picture, it's going to come at a cost for our police officers, for our council members, for our courts, and I think we can avoid that. I was excited to hear that this program is unique to our community, and as we all know, there's nothing average about this community. So let's keep it that way, and yeah, let's be an example for others, and let's free up your time to work on things that are perhaps more significant. Thank you.
Ellen Goodstein will be followed by Emily Allen. Emily Allen will be followed by Leah Juniper. Then Emily Allen will be followed by Hillary Klieger. Okay, I've seen Hillary. Yes, go right ahead.
So, good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm here today speaking on behalf of the Rental Housing Roundtable, a group of 33 community organizations and individuals working towards social justice in our community to address the lack of legal protections for Santa Barbara renters in order to end unjust evictions and unfair treatment of tenants. We believe that the Rental Housing Mediation Task Force provides an essential service to residents of Santa Barbara through mediation for landlords and renters, and through the information that they provide to people who call in. I'll skip some of what I've said I'd written because you've heard it already from many others, and just say that finally we'd like to thank you for the time you've spent considering the many individuals and organizations that have come to you to voice their support for the continued funding of the Rental Housing Mediation Task Force. Thank you.
Thank you. Hillary Klieger will be followed by Jeff Green, and then the final speaker will be Michael, and I can't read your last name. Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. Madam Chair, members of the City Council, good afternoon. I'm co-chair with the Rental Housing Roundtable with Emily. I also have advised the Isla Vista Tenants Union for 3 years. The students would have loved to have been here, but it's finals week, so they're taking tests. But I wanted to say that the Isla Vista Tenants Union really supports the Rental Housing Mediation Task Force. The Tenants Union is actually a UCSB student-funded group. This was an issue that they realized was happening with the tenants were being evicted, tenants were not getting resolutions from the landlords, and students and community members created the Tenants Union together. But, another nonprofit in town, really challenging. So the students went to themselves, and they actually voted to spend their own student fees on this. But our jurisdiction is just Isla Vista and UCSB students. So we often refer people to the Rental Housing Mediation Task Force. And the Rental Housing Mediation Task Force is really the only service in the area that does non-biased mediation. And, the Tenants Union, I can send people with sample letters, I can give them legal code, I can give them suggestions of what to say to their landlord to try to mediate a situation. But that doesn't mean that the landlord is going to sit down with them and come up with a solution. When they go to the Rental Housing Mediation Task Force, you have somebody who's non-biased, you have somebody who has some, legal background, and landlords will sit down with them. A across from the tenant and come up with a solution. Last time I spoke before you, I mentioned a tenant who lived in a fourplex where there was overgrown situation with cockroaches, and we had some tenants who had who were monolingual Spanish speakers, and then we had this one woman who was on assistance and housing assistance. And it wasn't until she was able to get a mediation with the Rental Housing Mediation Task Force that they were able to come up with a solution. She was able to avoid homelessness. She was able to get the situation fixed so that they eradicated the insect issue. And, you know, we see many people below the poverty line on housing assistance, veterans, seniors,
You need to wind up, please.
disabilities.
You're past your 2 minutes.
And they're really at risk from abusive behavior by their landlords. And this is a really great opportunity, and I hope that you will continue to support it with government and city funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Green?
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I'm Jeff Green, the Executive Director of the Fund for Santa Barbara. And as you've already heard, a small grant has been made by our organization to support this. And this is actually pretty rare, so a lot has been said. I want to actually thank Ms. Beck for the presentation. I think those are all of the many arguments for supporting the Rental Housing Mediation Task Force. I do want to say that there will be it's very rare for the fund to give to a publicly funded agency. And so I just want to note that this is an unusual situation because of how strongly our grant-making committee felt this program serves the community and how irreplaceable it really is and how right it is to be located with the city. I understand the urge to look for nonprofit solutions potentially, but as a fundraiser as well as a grant-making organization, I want to say that I think you have some incredible advantages by keeping it in-house. One is just the efficiency of the program, and though those dollars are tough right now, and I look at that budget of $185,000 approximately, if you look at how many you actually get to serve with those dollars, there's no other way that I could conceive of that could happen as efficiently. And I think there's a reason that it's been within the city for over 3 decades. You know, sometimes you just have a great idea and it's worked. And so I want to support you to find anything you can do to keep it in-house. And I do want to offer along with that, I know there are other funders that are willing to play a minor role in supporting it and bolstering it and possibly helping you find other solutions. But in the end, speaking on behalf of the funder world that I work in, I think it's critical that the city retain it. And there's really nothing not to like about it. The only thing I can say is RHMFTF does not spell a cute acronym. So that's the only thing I can find not to like about it. Other than that, though, I really do believe it's critical and it's served us well for over 3 decades. So I want to encourage you to find the dollars. And I'm delighted to hear that in this current fiscal year you found them. So thank you.
Thank you. Michael will be the last speaker. Come on up. And if you could pronounce your last name for me, that would be appreciated. That's okay. I just can't read your handwriting. That's all.
Oh,
Go right ahead.
handwriting.
It's the
Well,
handwriting.
Okay. It's Michael Petrutta. I live in Isla Vista, and I have a background. Oh, Madam Mayor, members of the council, and the audience, et cetera. I was a recipient of the benefits at one time of the Mediation Task Force. I had come on hard times. I had some major coronary issues, myocardial infarction or 2, open heart surgery. And if it wasn't for the services of these folks you're talking about, I don't know where I'd be, okay? Having said that, I used to do some of this sort of thing, mediation, for the city of Los Angeles years ago. And it was almost like being in the British Empire sometimes, going out in the locations in LA, which is all over the place, and trying to resolve disputes so the cops wouldn't have to go knocking the door down, 4 of them maybe, to make sure things were okay. I'm talking about civil issues. You've got an asset going strong, and the city of Santa Barbara can't find the money for it, and you're going out like somebody with a plate trying to get funds. The U.S. government's not going to help you. They're almost bankrupt. The state of California, Jerry Brown, is going to ask the people of this state next year on a ballot measure to raise their income taxes. Now, if this place called Santa Barbara, paradise by some, can't find the money, then you're going to have a real problem when all those folks drive in from Beverly Hills, Santa Monica, Westwood, Pasadena, and they see the homeless on the street. Think of the public relations dilemma you'll be in. This city must fund this asset to go around Jeff Brown's good organization for some thousands of dollars.
Could you wind up, please?
1 minute?
You've already passed 2 minutes already.
Was it 2 minutes?
It was 2 minutes.
That's all right. Napoleon did it in less time, but he used cannon. But I don't, I just want to make a point. You have an asset, use it. Don't
Thank
go
you.
around asking somebody else to pitch it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes the public comment. It's to the council. Mr. House?
Madam Mayor, I have less questions and more comments, so I don't know. I was
Right
waiting
ahead.
to see. I wanted to start just by thanking the folks who volunteer their time to the Rental Housing Mediation Task Force and who have donated their professional expertise, first of all, for the service that they provide, but then amplified by the fact that in the face of our city's budget crisis and the situation that we find ourselves, that they've stepped up and done this analysis and provided the leadership, truly a remarkable leadership in looking at the different possible options to reduce costs and to increase revenue from alternative sources. And the fact that we've gotten ourselves in a situation today, which is where they've actually come to us with something in hand as they had promised to look for, and something that we can actually augment our general fund. I just appreciate you so much for doing this. I just really want to thank you on behalf of the renters and the tenants in Santa Barbara who have benefited, but those who haven't yet, who very well may be in a spot in the future where that resolution will save hundreds of thousands of dollars, and it happens over and over and over again, maybe before it even goes to mediation. So I'm very supportive of us taking this action, but in just true appreciation for everyone who's participated to get us to this point. I'm ready to make a motion, but I think others may have things to say first.
Sure. Mr. Hotchkiss.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate the recognized necessity of continuing your efforts because you have to plan for the worst and maybe the best will happen. So you're trying to contract the program, which is good. You need to continue your efforts to find funding. I think we can move it down the line a little bit, but don't count on it forever. I wish I could be more optimistic. We've only heard from the tenant side really here, as far as I can tell, but I have talked to the landlord side, and they are also appreciative. So, I would support this, but I want you to keep, if you can, your efforts up to become self-sufficient, if I can put it that way. That's always the best way to be. If you rely on government or really rely on anybody, it's not the best way to be. You want to be self-sufficient. Thank you.
Mr. White?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I support this proposal today, and I do appreciate the efforts by both staff and the task force for securing more funding. I also encourage you to seek other sources as well. This is one more stopgap, and it's a tough way to run a system is 6 month to 6 month. So I'll support this going forward, and look forward to encouraging you and supporting you with your further efforts. Thank you.
Okay. I don't see any other lights on. I'll just add first my thanks to the committee members. You put in a lot of hours these last several months, and we asked you to do something that was very difficult, and you actually, I think, exceeded the expectations to the point where the appropriated reserves for this in general fund can go back into the general fund pot, which will help the city as a whole. So in that in and of itself is great. I just want to also acknowledge the city of Goleta. Part of the recommendation here is they're also stepping up, and we're, by this motion, will be accepting their grant for $17,000 because they too have a number of tenants. I want to recognize that close to 60% or around 60% of the city's population are tenants, and so this is a big issue. And I'll just say, moving forward, it is certainly something we need to look at carefully in terms of trying to become self-sufficient. As Mr. Hotchkiss said, I encourage people to contact their federal legislators. The reason why we're in this conversation to begin with was that the Housing and Urban Development funding that funds CDBG and has for decades, that has been getting cut and cut and cut and cut, and that's why we're in the position we're in now. That those appropriations in Congress is always up for debate, and having people here, having our senators and Congress members hear from us on this issue, if you care about it, is certainly something they will want to hear from you about. So that is something we can work on together. The U.S. Conference of Mayors has put CDBG funds and these kind of funds at the very top of their priority list. So that's certainly something I've been doing via the U.S. Conference of Mayors. And then finally, the issue about should this be in its own nonprofit organization, and I know there are differing opinions about it. Mine is the answer should be no, because of a lot of the comments that were here today. Having an organization, frankly, that can run as efficiently as I think Mr. Green said, to do everything that it's been doing for the number of people would be very difficult for a standalone 501c3 if you were to create a new one. And to incorporate it into a current 501c3, I really don't see one out there that really has that objective, neutral perspective. And that's fine for the ones that are out there. You're there to advocate for your constituency. But in terms of creating a mediation venue, you really need that neutral, objective mediation venue in order to have everyone feel like they are equal participants in the process and not being governed by a nonprofit organization whose mission is to favor one over the other for whatever good reason that might be for them to do so. So having it be a city function makes a lot of sense to me. If we're the only one here that does it in California or the United States and we're unique, I think that's something to celebrate and not say because we're the only one we shouldn't do it. We also have things like our single-family design review boards. I don't think many cities have those, and I don't expect this council or others or the community would want us to get rid of that either. So there are things that the city of Santa Barbara does that are unique, and that should be valued. And so those are my thoughts. It's not a slam dunk for sure in the next budget hearing to make sure this moves in full force, but I want to do whatever I can to give as much support as I can to the task force, and thank you all for the work that you've been doing. Ms. Self, your light's on.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to say that thank you. We have a lot of volunteers who've really stepped up, and I do support this wholeheartedly. And I hope the council, with efficiencies on its plate when it comes to spending and allocating, that this program can continue to go, because I have heard from all sides, renters and from property owners, that they see this as a value.
Thank you. Mr. House.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of comments before I make that motion. One, this is a perfect example of a public-private partnership. The contributions of those who are here today and others who work with this just so expand the value of the public's limited funds. And it is an example of leveraging the limited public funds and getting a tremendously magnified value for that contribution. This benefits the majority of Santa Barbarans directly, and it's something that I find very interesting. We do a tremendous amount in Santa Barbara through our community development department's work and the development review and permitting, the building department, so much for the owners of the properties. This is the one keystone program we have that gives direct benefit to the renters and the tenants of Santa Barbara, and we need to make it have it continue. If it were not here, legal aid, an organization like that, which deals with the disputes when they come along for those who are low income, would be just overwhelmed. This has a tremendous benefit there as well. And lastly, I agree completely with the mayor. The neutrality of this program is what makes it such a perfect example of a workable program. That's why we're hearing from the landlords as well as from the tenants and their value. So I move that we have accepted this report and that we increase the estimated revenues as outlined in our staff report.
Second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded. Any other comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, great. Thank you, and thank you very much. We're going to take a 10-minute break. Thank you.
Item number 21, proposed designation of 3 landmarks: Granada Tower, State Street facade at 1214 State Street, Morton Bay Fig Tree at 320 West Pueblo Street, and 105 Ontario Hills Lane including recommendation B, that council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara designating the Granada Tower State Street facade its 2-foot wraparound and its roof form at 1214 State Street. Assessors parcel number 039-183-050, 039-183-051, 039-183-052, a city landmark. C, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara designated the Morton Bay fig tree at 320 West Pueblo Street, Assessors parcel number 025-100-001, a city landmark. And D, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara designating the Frederick H. Booth House and Garage at 105 Ontario Hills Lane, Assessors parcel number 055-160-060, a city landmark.
Thank you. And Mr. Wiley?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I will be stepping down on this item. My wife and I own property across the street from one of these proposed designations.
Okay, thank you. So Mr. Vincent will be taking over in your role there. Mr. Limon.
Madam Mayor, Council, staff is happy to come forward today and present on behalf of the Historic Landmarks Commission 3 properties that are eligible for landmark designation. The properties received resolutions and adopted resolutions at the Historic Landmarks Commission earlier this year, and they've now been forwarded to City Council for action. The 3 candidates or nominees for Historic Landmarks Commission all have met specific criteria. Those criteria are outlined per our municipal code. It's a series of criteria that are utilized to determine if they meet landmark eligibility. Staff will walk you through each designation proposal and identify that criteria that's applicable. The first proposal for nomination is the Granada Theater State Street facade, which is located at 1214 State Street. One of the unique items about facts about this project is it is the only skyscraper in Santa Barbara. The city actually reacted to this 8-story structure by enacting ordinances to limit future height of buildings as a result of this building, and subsequently adopted into our city charter. The property has a unique facade, and that's specifically what's going to be proposed for nomination. The Historic Landmarks Commission limited the extent of the landmark designation to the front of the building, primarily because of its architectural significance. All of you are aware of the rehabilitation restoration that occurred to the interior of the Granada. A lot of money was spent to restore that interior. We are not designating the interior of this structure. There are specific criteria where this property is eligible for significance. Again, it is a significant part of the heritage of the city. It also exemplifies a particular architectural style, and there are persons identified as being significantly that influence the heritage of the city. The builder and the architect are significant. It also has a singular physical characteristic representing an established familiar visual feature of the neighborhood. Some of the items that are, again, included in the designation are the facade's original terracotta details and beige brickwork at the front of the building. And the Historic Landmarks Commission specifically limited it to 2 feet around the corners. The building's roof form has also been identified as being important. What's not included in the designation is the new marquee, because it actually was a replacement marquee, and it's been altered from the original appearance. The interior, as I mentioned previously, and also the theater portion of the structure and the new ground floor storefront, which has been altered over the years. The new theater entrance doors were also modified, and again, are not included, as well as the rear portion of the tower, which was modified. The second item is the Morton Bay fig tree, which is being proposed for designation. This unique landmark is one of the only remaining elements of the original hospital location. We believe that the tree was planted in 1919. The tree is a unique type of tree. We have another tree in the city that more people are familiar with, which is the other landmark Morton Bay fig tree. We'd like to consider this the little baby brother that would like to be protected. And that structure or the development at the hospital actually had specific conditions in the EIR to protect the structure, the expansion, and protect this tree from damage. And there are specific mitigation measures to protect the tree that are in place as the Cottage Hospital improvements move forward. Actually, the new building was recessed to accommodate the root structure. And we think it's worthy of designation. Here are the criteria that we believe meet for landmark status. Again, it's a significant part of the heritage of the city, and it's an established feature of the neighborhood. The last proposal for a designation involves the Frederick H. Booth House and Garage at 105 Ontario Hills Lane. This property is unique in that it's built in 1939, and it was built in a adobe style, Mexican hacienda style, and it has some historic affiliations with Alexander Burton Harmer and Cornelia Ann Booth, which we believe were involved in the structure's design. The property actually came forward as a result of a subdivision on the property, and the landmark designation was actually placed as a condition of the subdivision. It remains, we believe, intact. The integrity remains of the structure, although we recognize that some of the property or some of the elements were altered with the new property owner. And we have our report preparer who was involved with the original historic structures reports that are available for questions if you have any questions with respect to the alterations that have been completed on the property. We did have a careful analysis with our historic structures reports that analyzed the integrity of the structure and what we felt was still remaining that is worthy of designation. Here you have the appearance as it was in 2005, and one of the elements that, again, is important is we believe the north elevation main facade resembles the historic circa 1825 Gonzalez Ramirez adobe. It has that appearance, and that was one of the factors why the Historic Landmarks Commission felt it was important to designate. Here you have some of the other details that are unique to the structure, which is we have adobe block with two-piece terracotta tile roof, and we have wood shake over porch elements. It's consistent with this adobe construction style. And we have a classic U shape, which is wraps around a central courtyard. Those are all elements that were worthy of this style to be a designated landmark. Again, we believe that we are aware that some alterations have occurred, but the defining character-defining features still remain on the property, so we feel it's still worthy of designation. We have sufficient evidence on record to support this designation. We understand that the current property owner objects to the proposed designation, but we wanted to also highlight that there are no ordinance provisions that require permission from the property owner, and we feel that's the merits of this designation should move forward on the fact that it meets the eligibility criteria. Again, we have copies of excerpts that we included in your staff report that I defined the criteria that was used by the report preparers, and they're here to answer any questions with respect to this designation. And all three designations received unanimous support for designations by the Historic Landmarks Commission. Here you have photos in 2005 of the structure when we originally embarked on the requirement for designation. And we didn't get on the property, but we can see from the exterior of the property that the structure remains intact. There's additional landscaping that has been created to buffer the property from the newly created lots, but we still feel it meets the designation criteria. Here, the criteria that are primarily being used here is its established feature of that neighborhood, and we feel it's an exemplification of a particular architectural style and way of that's important to the city. And we also wanted to note that it also meets a specific architectural design, craftsmanship quality. And what I noted also here is that it meets eligibility for nomination under the California Register criteria and National Register criteria because it embodies the distinctive characteristics of a type, period, region, or method of construction. So the staff is recommending that council adopt by reading title only the accompanying resolutions and designate all these three landmarks. We've invited our urban historian, who's out on some leave today, to help present and answer questions. We have three or four historic landmarks commissioners here also that would like to speak on the matter, again, as well as the report preparer for the Ontario Hills Lane property. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Any questions from the council? Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Limon, did you say you had some people here who also wanted to add to your presentation?
No,
or just for
I think they're here. They would like to speak under public comment. Either you can ask them to maybe begin the public comment portion, or if you want to invite them.
We'd like
also.
to do that at this point, unless there's just answering questions. The historians? No? Okay. So I'm going to open up. Ms. Self, did you have a question? Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I did, Madam Mayor. Regarding the Granada building, when did the identifying it become tower rather than building? When you look back, it was always referred to as the Granada building, not the Granada tower.
Madam Mayor, members of the commission, you're correct. It should be referred to as the Granada building. The reason the word tower came into being is that when they did the theater rehabilitation, they actually subdivided the lot into two parcels, and so we started referring to it as the tower parcel and the theater parcel. But you're correct; it should be referred to when the name of the landmark should be building, Granada building.
Okay. And the other question is for the Adobe. Does the current deed of trust carry forward the obligation of historic landmark?
Councilmember Self, that question was actually something that came up as a result of the objections raised, whether this current property owner was aware of the condition that was placed on the subdivision. There is some evidence on record that we have a structures report that was presented that included his name on it, that the report was prepared for his application to alter his Adobe home. So our position is whether he did or did not know, we feel that the application has merits for designation and it could proceed.
Has anybody done a search of the deed before we limit the property owner's rights to make sure that that got transferred at the time his property was purchased?
Mr. Vincent?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, the condition of approval for the subdivision did not require it was not a recorded condition of approval. It was a condition of approval that was supposed to have been satisfied prior to the city council's approval of the final map. Obviously, that did not occur.
So it did not get recorded, so he bought the property assuming it did have this restriction.
Sitting here now, I can't speak to what the property owner knew or did not know when he bought the property.
But it wasn't on the deed then, so it's probably not on the deed now.
The condition was not a recorded condition of approval.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, we have a number of public comment speakers. We have Philip Suding, who was just here in case we had questions. Is that right? Okay, thank you. Tad Smythe will be followed by John Woodward. Come on up, yeah. And you're the property owner at Ontario, so if you'd like a little more than 2 minutes, you're welcome to do that because this is your property.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
My name is Tad Smythe, and yes, I am the current owner of 105 Ontario Hills Lane. Before I start talking about that, just want to take 10 seconds of my allotted 3 minutes and say that I appreciate the job and the difficulty of the job that you have, the use of police procedures and allocation of funds that are limited for a city are weighty issues, and they affect the citizens in the city of Santa Barbara daily. My house at Ontario Lane, maybe not so much, which is one of the things that I want to talk to you about. As you know, I oppose the designation, and Mr. Limon knows that I oppose the designation. I wrote him a letter, and I think that you've all seen a copy of the letter that I provided to Madam Mayor before. Just to highlight 5 of the, I'm aware of the criteria that it takes to have a house or a structure designated as a city landmark, and I disagree with the report that is used to designate this. So in summary, just real quickly, I want to say, this house has no record of being a part of the heritage of the city of Santa Barbara. There's been no public interest in this property. It has been and remains a private residence. Nobody lived here that was famous. No famous architect designed it. It's not the centerpiece of it's not the courthouse, it's not Maddie's Tavern, it's not a place of public interest. This home was built in a ranch hacienda style, as are hundreds of homes in Santa Barbara area. This does not make it a historic landmark. The home was designed and constructed by 2 brothers, Romeo Ortega and Peter Ortega. There is no record of their work having influenced the heritage of the city. There was no architect for the project. The elements demonstrating outstanding attention to architectural design and detail make it a nice house, not a historical landmark. The house is barely visible from the street now and was never visible for 65 years from Ontario Road. So, as you know, I object to the designation, and I want to know, I think it's a property rights issue. I think by designating this as a historical landmark, that you take away property rights from me as the owner. And I don't see that this is warranted in this case. So please consider that when you consider the resolution. Thank you.
I have a question, Mr. Smythe, from Mr. White for you.
Hi, Mr. Smythe. We see that we have the historic structures. We have at least a piece of the historic structures report in our packet here, and it was prepared for you. Were you part of the were you the owner of the land when the subdivision was processed?
No, I was not the owner of the land when the subdivision. That was WinPAC 4, I believe.
I see.
When I wanted to make additions to the house, it was
I see.
recommended to me that I hire Post Hazeltine to go through that process.
So that the subdivision had occurred already when you
When I
purchased
purchased the land,
that
yes.
as the remainder. Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there other questions?
Mr. Woodward will be followed by Louise Boucher.
One thing?
Yes.
I handed out some boards just now. I don't know whether you had a chance to see them. They tried to show you what was before and after from the same pictures.
Yeah,
That's all.
we saw them as you were talking. Thank you. Mr. Woodward, followed by Louise Boucher.
Good afternoon. My name is John Woodward. I have been an advocate for preservation of Santa Barbara's historic resources for over 40 years, including in my current capacity as chairman of the County Historic Landmarks Commission. It was previously my honor to serve on the city's Historic Landmark Commission for 8 of those years. As chairman in 1976, I participated in drafting the El Pueblo Viejo Ordinance, under which landmark nomination of the Frederick Booth House is before you today. While I am usually among those advocating landmark designation, I find myself in the rather unfamiliar role of recommending that you not make this property a landmark. As you are aware, to qualify as a landmark, a nominated property must meet the criteria provided in the Historic Structures chapter of the Municipal Code. I know this house intimately, as I lived in it for 20 years. And I can say with complete assurance that it does not meet any of those criteria, not even one. It puzzles me that this particular house was even nominated for landmarking. The property has no historical significance. No historically important events or notable persons are identified with it. The house was not designed by an architect, and the slide on the screen said it was likely designed by A.B. Harmer with Cornelia Ann Booth. I know that not to be true because Cornelia Ann Booth was my mother-in-law, and I discussed it with her many times, and she told me that she designed it with the contractors and never once mentioned Harmer. So that fact is in error. While it appears to be made of adobe, its construction is actually a steel-reinforced concrete frame with adobe veneer. Substantial additions and alterations to its original design have been made. It is not especially old, having been built in 1939. It has never been a familiar, visible feature of the neighborhood since it is not visible from a public street. Because the Frederick Booth House, in my view, does not meet the criteria of the code, I am deeply concerned that its designation as a landmark could set a precedent of designating non-qualifying structures that would place in jeopardy the city's long-standing program of landmark protection. As Santa Barbara has learned over the past century, for historic preservation to succeed in the long run, it must have broad public acceptance and support. Nothing undermines public acceptance and support more than the perception that landmarks are selected arbitrarily and capriciously.
Can you wind up, please?
In this case, I'll wrap up. In this case, with virtually no reasonable justification for landmarking, that public perception would be greatly reinforced if you designate the Frederick Booth House as a landmark. This is especially true when the property owner opposes placing the landmark designation on his home. The current owner does not consent to the nomination. The City of Santa Barbara, like most jurisdictions, rarely, if ever, imposes landmark status on private property over the owner's objection. I urge you not to set a dangerous precedent by voting today to make this house a landmark. Thank you.
Actually, I have a question for you. Some of your statements directly contradict some of the presentation we heard from staff. Did you present that information during the process as this was moving through, including the architect?
I was not aware of this until it came before
Okay.
the Landmark Commission, and I did present it at that time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Louise Boucher. And as Louise is coming up, Kellum DeForest left a note, and after Louise will be Fermina Murray. Kellum DeForest wrote, I am unable to stay to speak favorably, landmarking the properties listed. As you know, a historic resource enjoys little protection unless it is officially landmarked. Please support this landmarking resolution over any opposition of current property owners. Think of what the historic train station property would look like if it wasn't landmarked. So that was Mr. DeForest. Ms. Boucher.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, speaking of the train station, I remember very well a project that was proposed for it many years ago. Thank goodness that didn't go through. I'm just speaking in support of these three nominations, all three of them, because I think all of these are very eligible in every way, and I do hope that you will consider the nominations. Thank you.
Thank you. Fermina Murray, and the final speaker will be William Lavoie.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, I too, as a member of the Landmarks Commission, encourage support of the three nominations. I want to, and the historians are here who prepared that report, and preparing those reports are not capricious. They're not at the whim of anyone. You look at all of the records, you look at the building materials, you go through all sorts of criteria, national, state, and local. And so when we read that report, we were very convinced of its conclusions. I have myself gone to look at the property several times. This is before the current owner had it. Also, it's a property that is one of a kind. This hacienda style is not common in Santa Barbara, and it's the only kind in that area and perhaps in Santa Barbara. So it merits landmark status, and I'm just supporting it. And if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Mr. House has a question for you. Ms. Murray, thank you. Mr. House?
Ms. Murray, thank you for your service on HLC. So hearing what you heard just a moment ago from the gentleman that was just speaking, who has resided there and has that relationship with the person that appears to have commissioned its construction, is that information that's new to you, or is it something that would that sway, or how does that affect you to hear that? Because it seems like it's directly at odds with the historic report that Post Hazeltine put together.
I heard those comments at the HLC, but I also have read that report several times, And I'm very familiar with the work of Pam and Tim Hazeltine. Also, myself as an historian, I've also have that experience where owners would look at their own building or another building and say, we don't see anything here. And sometimes they're right, and sometimes they're not. When we historians look at buildings, we don't just look at that. We look at that building itself, but we also know all of the resources in the city and the county. So when they come up with when they say that this is eligible for one of the California Register criteria, that is not an easy thing to do. You have to have a lot of expertise to really make that a conclusion. So there's no capriciousness, there's no sort of uneasy, you just don't make these statements without really knowing what you're doing. And that's the task of the HLC. The historians are registered with the city. And so we look at their work, we may disagree with here and there, but in this case, I heard the applicants, I respect his words, but I'm afraid I cannot change my mind.
Thank you for your very comprehensive answer.
Thank you. William Lavoie.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, as you're well aware, the process is a long and arduous one. And in this case in particular, I remember reviewing this report and adopting it years before I came back on the council, or the commission rather. So there's a long process, and the objections were made by the owner and by Mr. Woodward when we were having the hearing for the designation and moving it forward. So the report itself, with the owner's name on it, which I find curious, was prepared years before. If there was an objection to either the history or the findings or the designation, it should have happened at the time of the adoption of the report and prior to the recordation of the subdivision map. Now that we have the subdivision created, and years later, after accepting the report, we have the objections come up, and it's somewhat hard to sort of find any credibility to them. So I would encourage you, even though this is a property rights issue, that the owner was aware when he purchased the property of this designation and potential designation. So I would encourage you to both designate this and the other two properties. Thank you.
Okay, it's to the council. Mr. Hotchkiss.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess I asked staff this. I heard two different things, that it's representative of a lot of different wonderful buildings in Santa Barbara, and then another person said it's one of a kind. Which is it?
The Mexican hacienda style, which this house is characterized as, is not as common as we see more of the Spanish colonial revival architecture in Santa Barbara, which is what was basically fostered beginning in the 1920s to get us back to our original heritage. This house was designed after the hacienda style, which would be found mostly in old Mexico. So there aren't many of this particular style house in Santa Barbara. The fact that its construction includes steel reinforcing doesn't affect the historic nature of the building, because the fact is it's a modern, 1939 makes it a modern interpretation of a style that would have been 100 years older. And I just want to also point out that just because a house is landmark doesn't mean it can't be altered. A lot of times an owner's objection is that they're afraid they can't ever change their house. The interior is not landmark. They can do anything they want on the interior. And there is the ability to add on to landmarks. It's been done successfully many times here in Santa Barbara. And the house had an addition about 5 years ago of a master bathroom which I remember sitting through the meetings and coming up. They were originally wanted to stucco the walls or something, and I came up with the idea of using the board and batten siding, because what it does is it allows it to meet the Secretary of the Interior standards, and therefore not negatively impact the historic resource. So the house can still be altered. It's not that it has to be frozen in time and it will never change.
So what is then the intent of declaring a home historic? What limitation does it impose?
Well, what it does, there's a thing called the Secretary of the Interior Standards, which are a set
I'm
of...
sorry, say it again.
Apologize. The Secretary of the Interior Standards, which is a set of guidelines that have been developed and used nationally, that talk about how do you put an addition on an historic building without negatively impacting it. Additions should generally be subordinate to the rear. They should be compatible to the original architecture, yet differentiated so that you can tell the difference between the addition and the house. And there's numerous other criteria like that, which basically, if you meet the criteria, you don't affect the negative, you don't negatively impact the historic designation or significance of the house. And so that's what the owner did when they came by 5 years ago. The additions were found to be, by the report makers and by the Historic Landmarks Commission, to meet the Secretary of the Interior standards, and therefore they were allowed to alter the house.
So I'm just trying to figure out why we want to declare this historic if the owner appears to be doing everything that we'd like him to do, or anybody with taste would do, to preserve the character and quality of the house.
We can't guarantee that the next owner will have taste, or that the next, and I'm not trying to be facetious, or what the next owner might want to do. A lot of times in Santa Barbara, we have an issue where the land that the building sits on is worth more than the architecture itself, and people think of them more as a tear down rather than a remodel or a restoration. And so that's why we would, if we find a building like this that's unique and significant, and it is a sizable property. I mean, it's a sizable house. It's not one where you're going to make the argument that, it's too small to live in, which we hear a lot of times when we designate some of these smaller bungalow structures. So it does have that advantage in being sizable already.
For the city attorney, if this, in fact, limited the ability of the owner to develop it, change it, or whatever, as I think we said, in the future, would that compromise a taking? A taking?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, limited restrictions on the ability to use property is not a taking. The city is not taking all viable use of this property.
Okay.
It can still be used and it can be altered as was explained.
Thank you. I get a little bit of a double standard here because in the case of the Granada, we said that we were not including, and I don't want to put you on the hot seat here, but I do want to be fair to the property owners. So in the case of the Granada, which I totally agree with, we excluded the marquee because it had been altered over the years. Yet this house has been altered over the years, and we want to include it. So, we've got one criteria here and one here. Can you explain that to me?
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. With the Granada building, the marquee is a reasonable facsimile of the original 1924 marquee. It wasn't duplicated exactly. And the HLC had issues with the materials that were used and some of the actual style of the elements that was on the marquee, excuse me, not matching the original marquee. So, I apologize, I have Parkinson's disease, and occasionally I get this.
Let's get you some water. Hold on a sec, please. Relax.
Take a moment.
So with the Granada building,
Bill Lavoie's coming up too.
With the Granada
Wait
building,
a sec. Hold on a sec, please.
Hold on, Mr. Lavoie, unless you're directly answered, but I appreciate
Hold on,
that.
Bill, just a sec. Let's go here, please.
With the Granada Tower, the idea is that there are certain elements of the facade that are important, the terracotta work, the beige brick. And we're doing a facade easement, meaning that we're just designating the front facade of the building because the back of the building's been altered numerous times.
Right.
The alterations to the Granada were more severe in that the doors were originally solid wood. We now have the bronze and glass doors. The marquee is not an exact replica. The storefront is new. So there was...
It's a matter of degree then, really, right?
So what's that, sir?
It's a matter of degree is kind of what we're saying.
In this case, yes. The house has had one, basically the one addition, which was, I believe, a master bedroom bathroom in the board and batten siding, and a wall and a gate in the front. And in terms of history not being visible all the time, history is not always in your face. Oftentimes, it may be down a long driveway or behind a wall or something, and you don't see it. But it still doesn't mean that the building isn't important.
Okay. Every description that I see, or I guess reasoning that would designate this house, and it's only this house that I'm talking about, basically applies to its beauty, with which I totally agree, and its design, et cetera. I am curious, is it actually authentic adobe or is it adobe veneer?
If I remember correctly, there's a steel, a concrete reinforced steel substructure, and then the adobe is not structural. It's thick enough to give the appearance of being adobe construction, but it's actually not structural. There's another structure within, similar to what they did with the Presidio project.
For Mr. Limon, as was alleged here, was this house or has this house been mentioned in any historic document that, even though it was only built in 1939, would lend credence to the desire to make it an historic structure?
Madam Mayor, Councilman Hotchkiss, I believe if you have specific questions about what the report had or did not have, the report preparers are here to answer specific questions about whether there might be a conflict. I'd like to refer those type of questions to the report preparer.
Who is that?
Would you like to come on up?
Sure.
You could state your name for the record, too.
So,
please.
Tim Hazeltine, Post Hazeltine Associates.
Pamela Post, Post Hazeltine Associates.
Thank
but let me repeat my question just so we're clear what I'm at least asking. Is this house appeared in any historic documents, or were there important events that occurred there?
Well,
I mean, at the De La Guerra Plaza, for instance, or De La Guerra House, that was in 2 years before the Mass.
Well, to clarify
that's 100
that,
years before this, but go ahead.
We only found it eligible under that criteria.
One at a time, please.
I'm sorry, we're like the Bobbsey twins.
We did not find it eligible under that criteria.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's...
I'll read out the criteria, but as Pam said, there were two reports for this property. There was the original report for the subdivision, February 2005. There was an additional report in December of 2005 for Mr. Smythe's remodel. So the February report for the subdivision established significance. It was established under the following criteria, Criteria A. And that was an important part of the city's heritage, et cetera, because it represents an important example of the hacienda style, which is a subtype of the period revival. It then met criteria D and G because of its architectural elements. It's an example of how a historic style, like a 19th century Mexican adobe house, would be built in the late 1930s. Of course, they wanted things like electricity. Santa Barbara had gone through a terrible earthquake in 25. So often you see these adobe-style buildings being built with a veneer of adobe. That also happened at the Santa Barbara Historical Society, which looks like a gigantic adobe building, but that too is a veneer over concrete. But of course, it is a 1939 building. It is not a 19th century building. So that does not negate its architectural significance. And then we found it eligible under criterion I because it's a rare surviving example of its type. There were relatively few of these U-shaped hacienda-style houses built in Santa Barbara because most of Santa Barbara was urban or semi-urban. So the Booth property was one of the few that was large enough and expansive and where the family wanted to build this style of house. And I would like to add that nowhere in either report do we say who the architect of the house is. We clearly state that we do not know. We offered a couple of hypotheses, but they were just maybe, possibly. But there's no place in the report where we make a conclusion about the architect. But the house can be eligible without that type of association.
Yeah, I would just like to make a comment in regard to that about the architect. There was another structure on the property, a board and batten structure that was designed by A.B. Harmer also in 1939. So while we could not find any documentation to indicate that Harmer designed the adobe, since they were both designed in 1939, it could be possible that he also designed this. And in regard to Mr. Woodward's comment about Mrs. Booth saying that she designed it, I'd just like to use an analogous story. We also wrote the historic structures report for Florestal, one of George Washington Smith's most well-known designs, and that was a design for Peter Cooper Bryce and his wife, who's called Gurley. And Gurley said that she designed the house entirely. In fact, she told George Washington Smith, exactly how the house should be designed. So often you will find people who will tell this, and I'm not saying it isn't true, but you can also find people who
Right.
actually attribute.
So
to
let's take the
themselves.
architect thing off the table since we don't really know.
Right.
Let me ask you, in your report, if I built this house today, which I would love to do because I've always wanted to have this style, would it be declared historical?
Not today.
Why?
Because it's not 50 years of age or older.
Oh, it's got to be 50 years old or
Just
older.
for evaluation.
Just for evaluation,
Unless-
that's the sort of a stepping.
Okay, because all the criteria that we're talking about sort of say, hey, it's gorgeous, it typifies a certain style, blah, blah, blah. That's the deciding point. Anyway, okay, thank you very much for your comment.
Thank you for your
And
clarifications.
of course, just to finish up, we applied the criteria as part of an environmental review document. We were saying, is the building a significant historic resource for environmental review? We weren't deciding the question of whether the city should landmark the building.
Okay.
That's a
We said
different
it was-
issue.
That's a different
for
issue.
your consideration.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's what we're
We
doing
found
here.
potentially
Okay,
helpful.
Okay,
thank
thank
you.
you.
Mr. Limon, have we ever designated a house historic over the objection of the owner in the past?
You want to answer? Okay.
Yes, you have, but it's very rare. It was Southern Pacific Railway Station. They objected to the designation of the railway station, and as someone pointed out, look how beautiful that building is today. And one of the 8 or 9 homeowners in the Little Granada neighborhood was against designating that block of houses. And I just wanted to point out one more thing about when we compared this to the Granada Tower.
Sure.
Yes, this building is mainly historically significant because of its architecture and its style and its features and its characteristics. The Granada building, on the other hand, was a catalyst for lowering building heights in Santa Barbara. So it's important also because it raised such emotion when it was built that it actually affected the building heights in Santa Barbara for the rest of the time. So there's various criteria that go in various directions, and they don't always all have to apply.
I see your point. That's excellent. One final thing, Mr. Limon, I guess this is sort of unfair, but how much of what Mr. Hayward said would you disagree with or agree with?
Councilmember Hotchkiss, there will always be reasons for you to make a decision pro and con. There will be different facts that might be presented. All I could focus on here today is that there are professional historians that are indicating to you and have indicated to our Historic Landmarks Commission that it's worthy of designation, and we've moved on that basis since 2005 when the initial condition was placed on the property. I would like to advise you that there is a more likelihood in the future that we will have proposals before City Council involving historic districts where we will not obtain 100% agreement on the designation of those districts. And so we would like to have you evaluate every proposal on a case-by-case basis and make the best judgment based on the information you hear.
Sure, absolutely. Okay. That's all for questions right now. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Francisco had a question, and then Mr. White.
Yes, and this is, again, for the folks who prepared the historic structures
Come
report.
back up from Post Hazeltine. Maybe just one of you. I don't know. Okay.
One will do.
We've worked together too long.
All right. All right.
So this is just clarifying something in regards to what Mr. Hotchkiss was asking. It's if I understand this correctly, it's not the fact that it's a beautiful house.
No.
It's the fact that it's an example of a style that was popular and important at a certain historical period.
That is correct. It's a subtype of a period revival of the Spanish colonial revival, and this Mexican hacienda, U-shaped hacienda type, is relatively unusual in Santa Barbara. It is not a common type, but it's a subtype of a period, what was popular in the 20s and 30s, a period revival, in this case, the Spanish colonial revival.
Are you aware of any other examples of this sort of house that are either structures of merit or landmarks in Santa Barbara?
Not offhand, not, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. White.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The landmarking this structure was a condition of approval of recording the subdivision. Is that right? And was it just missed by staff? Or was there an arrangement made so that they could go forward with selling lots so that, I mean, why wasn't this landmarked if it was a condition of approval?
Madam Mayor, Councilman.
Well, maybe explain to, maybe there's a couple of folks here who might not understand that process.
We have, what's unique about these three landmark designations, again, is that they were all as a result of a development application. As we see development occurring, we note that there are conditions, and that designation process begins to be placed on a priority list. And these move forward because of these development applications. We still have a subdivision being constructed, and those issues come up again and again when those homes are being proposed. What happened on the subdivision? Oh, we need to designate it. So I don't believe the designation is behind as far as scheduling. There might have been a change of ownership that affected the knowledge of that issue, but we have public records, public hearings that have a history of them that identified this resource since as early as 2004. So
the landmarking of this was not required as prior to recordation.
I don't believe that was the case. Mr. Vincent might be different of opinion, but I believe the condition actually reads that it should initiate the designation.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, the conditions of approval for the Ontario Hills subdivision required that the applicant initiate the designation with the Planning Commission and not object to the designation, but it was done as a condition of approval within the subset of that condition had to be satisfied prior to the recording of the final map.
The initiation of the landmarking, not the actual execution of it.
It just mentioned that the process had to be initiated.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. House?
I'd just like to just take that just one step further if possible. It seems to me I was on Planning Commission, at least I remember going on the site visit, and then the actual decision was made after I'd left Planning Commission, but I remember the discussion pretty well. And when at Planning Commission we make those kinds of conditions become part of a project and they're not taking an appeal to the City Council, that makes them pretty real. I mean, they're obligated to fulfill on those. Isn't that accurate, Mr. Vincent? I mean, there's an obligation there on the part, not on our part, to follow up to be sure that they do it or not, but the obligation falls on the applicant to fulfill the conditions of approval.
Madam Mayor and members of council, I think we're kind of chasing down the wrong point here, because you're worrying about whether or not the condition was satisfied or not. Mm-hmm. The thing is that the way that the condition was written and the point of time within the subdivision, that time has come and gone. The condition, the trigger, as we typically talk about, the trigger for that condition being satisfied was that map should not have been approved by the City Council absent evidence that the condition had been satisfied. So the point that the applicant or that the property owner today is making is that he wasn't aware of that condition. But the point that the staff is making is that whether or not he was aware of that condition of approval of the subdivision is not really important to the question before the City Council today, which is whether or not the eligibility for designation as a landmark, whether the facts exist for that. The property owner had a report that talked about the facts and the eligibility of whether or not this property could be designated as a landmark. I don't think there's a question that he wasn't aware of it. Whether he was aware of it before he purchased the property or not, I can't say. But whether or not the condition of approval for the subdivision was satisfied or not satisfied really doesn't need to drive this particular decision for the City Council today.
Well, I think then, and Madam Mayor, I just want to make it then a point of explaining a little bit of how they got the subdivision. That obtaining the permission to subdivide the property had as a condition initiating that process with regards to this historic recordation or whatever the right words are. There would not, I mean, I can't say there would not have been, but at least at the time, it was a condition of approval that they follow through with this. So that's a matter of record, and whether or not it's determinative today or not, I think it's important for the council to take that into consideration. This did not happen just out of the blue as a whim. It happened because those of us on Planning Commission made site visits and then had deliberative discussions with the with all the parties that be at that time in an environmental context at that time. But it all had to do with whether or not it was okay to go ahead with a subdivision and how large the lots would be or how small they might be. So I think that's really important to take that into consideration, at least as part of the context of our discussion today.
Ms. Self?
Thank you. What is the difference between a structure of merit and the landmarking designation as far as limitations and such?
Madam Chair, members of the City Council, a structure of merit is a lesser designation. It's often a building that maybe wouldn't qualify for full landmark status because maybe some windows were altered, maybe a porch was altered, but there's enough of the original fabric and material that it has some historic significance. Oftentimes we've designated buildings that would possibly qualify for landmark as structure of merit because that's all we could convince the owner to do at the given time. But a structure of merit is a lesser designation. It's easier to obtain. We've also allowed demolition of structures of merit in the city, whereas demolition of landmarks is something that's not. You'd have to go through a hearing like this to demolish a landmark.
I guess I could safely say that either one of these designations, any kind of alteration, would be a lot more expensive than for an owner to do than without this, right?
Madam, yes, it could, depending on the architecture and the size of the proposed addition and how important the building is and whether you're trying to match materials that maybe aren't available today. But we've worked with owners. One of the problems we've frequently had is people that are up in the high fire hazard area that have these shingled houses, and they want to replace more than 20% of the shingles. They've got an issue with the fire department because they become airborne during a firestorm. And we've allowed historic buildings to be sheathed with synthetic shingles that they're getting. Some of the companies now are getting pretty good at making a shingle that actually looks like a wood shingle. And it's a cementitious material that's actually somewhat fire resistant, or I shouldn't say somewhat, it's designed to be fire resistant. So it could depend on the materials and the size of the addition and what we're starting with. It could affect the price. It could be a little bit more expensive to do a remodeling on an historic building, but that's not always the case.
But even just the process of going through all the committees and commissions, that would be probably the greatest added expense other than a fiber shingle.
Yeah, the process is longer because you'd go to the HLC. We are looking at trying to create some incentives for people to designate buildings so that they get some benefits, such as the Mills Act, which we enacted about 3 years ago, and we've got a couple houses on the program. And we're looking for other incentives, maybe some relief of, like, you got a neighborhood like the Bungalow Haven neighborhood where you have these small bungalow houses with a single wide driveway, and you can't possibly create a two-car garage, which is a requirement for any alteration. We're allowing, perhaps, we may in the future allow tandem parking in a case where you have, a narrow bungalow type lot. So we're looking at things we can do to relieve some of that stress and pain and expense on the property owner, and that's something that's going to happen over time.
Right now, I believe there is a property tax incentive for being designated.
Yeah, that's the Mills Act.
Yes.
There is a cap of $1.5 million currently. It's something we may have to look at because of the cost. We initially picked that as the cap, being that we were trying to help people, that owned some of the older houses like on the west side and didn't have as much money to invest. But we're finding that we're not getting a lot of takers, so we may have to adjust things like that. For instance, maybe it would be adjusted to 2.5 million, and then this house could take advantage of it. But that's something that City Council will be taking up in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'd like to see if we can get to a resolution on this item. If anyone would like to start deliberating or crafting a motion, I'd appreciate it. Mr. House?
Madam Mayor, for the purposes of discussion today, and maybe just to get us to move along, I move that we adopt the recommendations in the staff report. That's A, B, C, and D.
A, B, excuse me? So there's a request to adopt separately on the House. Okay? Do you want to
Mayor?
just do those, separate those out?
Let's do that so that we can just move this along a little bit. And that would be items B, and C. So I move items B and C in the staff report.
Is there a second? This is for the Granada Building and the Morton Bay Fig Tree. Is there a second for that?
Second.
Okay, any discussion on that motion? Mr. Francisco.
I just want to note, and this is nitpicking, but in the resolution language for the Granada Building, there are two uses of the word tower that should be replaced with the word building.
So the motion will reflect that. We'll make that correction. Okay? Any other discussion on this item?
Well, I can't
Mr.
resist
White?
one comment, and that is just that we have a landmark in this city that is for a building that's too darn big. I think that's really great. I think it's perfect.
Well, when you said it was the only skyscraper, it will be now and forevermore. So that will be, okay. Anything else on this item? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that passes unanimously. Is there another motion?
Now, Madam Mayor, I just move item D so that we can discuss it with a motion on the table.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, moved and seconded. Discussion on the item. Mr. Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It seems to me that when this item first came before HLC and the Planning Commission 6 years ago, that this issue was thoroughly discussed, that the designation of this house as a historic landmark, that's what was contemplated as part of this whole process. Somewhere along the line, someone dropped the ball. And City Council at the time this was recorded did not check to see if this condition had actually been fulfilled. But clearly, the work from that time shows that that was the intent. And I certainly understand a homeowner not wanting to have this designation conferred on them if they were not the one who initiated it. But I believe that at least from my reading of what we have of the Historic Structures Report here and the unanimous opinion of the Historic Landmarks Commission at that time and today, that this is something that we should go forward with.
Okay. Ms. Self, and then Mr. White.
I don't believe that that's wrong. It's not clear that the new owner was aware of this condition, especially since it was unrecorded. And he obviously, with the improvements he's done, is not of a mind to be bulldozing it. And that seems to be one of the major considerations of landmarking. And since there have been numerous alterations, I could probably support a structure of merit, but I'm not into hostile takeovers. And it looks like this is a reasonable facsimile of a historic home. And so for those reasons, I couldn't go along with imposing this on a property owner. If he realized and wanted the property tax advantages or something like that, or if they could demonstrate that he knew this was part of the deal, then I'd be more supportive. And I think everybody who knows me knows I'm big on what the intention is, but to whack somebody alongside the head because they're obviously trying to do nice things with this property, I cannot support that. Thank you.
Mr. White?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, first of all, I thought when I asking the questions of staff that the applicant had fulfilled the requirement that had been placed on the property, that the application had been made for landmark status when the subdivision recorded, or was that missed as well, Mr. Vinson?
Madam Mayor, members of council, I can't say definitively whether or not the applicant made the application within time and therefore actually satisfied the condition. It's just that it didn't happen to come the complete circle prior to the sale of the property. And so that could be another way it worked out. So I'd have to refer to staff.
Thank you. And staff?
Madam Mayor, Councilman White, we believe that the minutes reflect that clear action of the Historic Landmarks Commission was to initiate the designation.
Right.
Granted, it took us 6 years.
I mean, it didn't happen prior to recordation?
That's correct. It did not, but it was initiated.
Okay. Well, then I have to agree with Mr. Francisco. Then my feeling was that it would have happened prior to recordation, that the application for it. I want to hearken us back momentarily to the subdivision itself, which had modifications. As I recall, it was even like a PU. It was it a zoning change?
Mr. Lamone? Ms. Weiss?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. The project involved a planned residential development, which is a special design technique for subdivisions. I believe its underlying zone remained unchanged, but it did involve special design criteria and modifications, yes.
Major gymnastics for getting a project approved. And there, as I recall, there was a I don't know whether by going to that zoning change, the mod was not required, but it was a major change from just the basic zoning criteria. And I participated in this subdivision, and the landmarking of this structure was an integral piece of that discussion and going forward. I completely sympathize with the landowner today that this is a late hit, and that I can, especially that not even the application occurred. I would have, if I were a landowner in this situation and a subdeveloper in this situation, I would expect that application to have occurred as prior to recordation. That's the way I would have kind of felt more comfortable about it. But it is that spirit of the original subdivision and the deal made where there was a lot of value created. There were a lot, I forgot, I think it's 6 lots, something like that. 9 lots. The major project, by Santa Barbara standards, that's considered a major project. And that all of that value was created. And certainly it's well done, no question. Everything about it is a beautiful, Santa Barbara quality. And so is this house. And so I can support the landmarking of it because of that history, and I still feel uncomfortable with how that processing occurred with the recordation. I think it's certainly we always are learning lessons on this, that to get that on the books with the recordation. You know, as we developers are so willing prior to recordation to get stuff done. So that's how I think that it's more comfortable going forward. Thank you.
Mr. Hotchkiss.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, in the spirit of trying to split the baby, I guess is the right phrase here, but I mean, I think the property owner is having something stuffed down his throat that he didn't know he was going to have to devour. And is it possible that we could satisfy the protection that you feel is important, I think I feel is important, maybe everybody here does, without actually going so far as saying it's a landmark? Could it be a historic landmark? Could it be satisfactorily protected as a structure of merit? Allow them more leeway. The city has a protection, some protections, not the ones that would be enforced if it were historic landmark status. But, you know, we sort of meet in the middle, and I understand what Mr. House and Mr. White are saying, and Mr. Francisco. You know, we made the rule, we should abide by the rule, is sort of what you're saying. Except the rule got lost somewhere along the line, and so then I don't like going against rules, but I do like trying to compromise when it seems appropriate. So would a substitute motion for this, designating it as a structure of merit, meet any agreement or interest on those who have indicated otherwise heretofore?
Well, you'd need a second for that.
I got a second.
Okay. So there's a
Madam
substitute. Yes, Mr.
Just
Vincent.
as a matter of process, structures of merit are actually designated by the Planning Commission, or by the Historic Landmarks Commission itself. It's a matter of habit to say Planning Commission.
So the appropriate process would be for
I
it
think
to
the
be
appropriate
referred back to the Planning
would be for
Commission.
the City Council to refer this item to the Historic Landmarks Commission
Or Historic
for
Landmarks
consideration of designation as a structure of merit.
Then that would be my motion if others would agree with that. Thank you.
Okay, is there a second to that? Okay, so a substitute motion to bring this back to HLC and the Planning Commission to look at a structure of merit designation in lieu of a historic designation, historic landmark designation. Mr. Lamone, do you want to comment?
We're just recommending the Historic Landmarks Commission would be the only body.
The only body. Okay, so the motion's just to HLC. So to this motion, Mr. House?
Yeah, if I may, perhaps the historian can help us understand clearly the distinction, and I would really like to understand then this designation as historic landmark. That's a pretty important process, and to get all the way to that degree I appreciate the commentary, Ms. Murray. What's this difference that we're now talking about? Is this just a kindness kind of thing that we can be, or is there really what the reason to get here and say historic structure as opposed to historic landmark as opposed to structure of merit? That was done on purpose. So talk to us about the difference, please.
Madam Mayor, I would like to answer the question because I think it's related to process. I think Mr. Jacobus already tried to answer the difference between the levels, but it's really related to process. If you don't designate, the property owner can make exterior alterations without any city oversight. So designating the property, whether it's a structure of merit or landmark, gives the city more a review authority to review those exterior alterations. It gives us that the authority to ask that the city be a party to those alterations. And with respect to what the differences are, the ordinance has specific findings for either. And as Mr. Jacobus indicates, a structure of merit, there are specific findings that allow it to be demolished with some additional mitigations.
Okay, thank you. I would ask the others on council to consider significant wealth was created by the very fact of the subdivision. It was part of the bargain that we had at Planning Commission. It's a very, very important distinction that by allowing that subdivision to go forward, this particular owner and others are reaping the benefits. And the small price of admission was to make sure that this process for the historic designation was initiated. And I feel rather strongly that we should hold on to that original agreement that we had for everyone's benefit.
Mr. Francisco?
Thank you. I agree with Mr. House on that. I also think that the reason for designating something either a historic landmark or a structure of merit should be based on what the structure is, not on a perceived benefit for the owner. I don't want to be harsh about this, but the whole point of using one of these designations is, does the building meet the criteria? And if the building meets the criteria for a historic landmark, and that's what the Historic Landmarks Commission and the historians think, then that is the appropriate designation.
I haven't said much about this to this point. I've really been listening, going back and forth, and hearing a lot of really good information. I know we've taken a lot of time on this, but I tend to agree with the original motion of the historic landmark designation for all the things that were mentioned here. It's unfortunate that the process had a little hiccup along the way. I know that makes a significant, it creates a significant hardship, I think, for the property owner as he has expressed it. However, I also trust that his actions to date of wanting to keep the historic nature, even when he does remodel it, has been done in a way that fits within the process that we have in place. And so should you need to make any additional changes, I think you already feel the affinity to the historic nature of the building, and this is to protect it for future time. So I'm going to go with the original motion of the historic landmarks designation and not support the bringing it back to HLC.
I'll withdraw my motion if you'd like to.
Withdraw your motion.
Yeah.
Okay, so the substitute motion has been withdrawn, and we're back to the other motion at that, which is to adopt recommendation D about the historic landmark designation. Ms. Self, did you need to say anything else?
Make a comment.
Yes, please.
Am I wrong in assuming Mr. Smythe did not profit from the development? He purchased this from the previous people. And so I do not appreciate hearing council promoting class warfare in identifying Mr. Smythe as profiting from whatever planning allowed.
I don't think that was the intent of the comments at all.
It
but,
sounded that way.
Okay. Any other comments before we vote? Okay, we have a motion on the floor. We know what it is. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, it's 4-2. Is that correct? Okay. Okay. So after all this, thank you for that vote. After all this, Mr. Jacobus needs to retire. And I don't know if you know this, but there's a little something for you. And actually, he is retiring, and we have a very simple token of our appreciation for your service. So if you could come up to the podium right here, I'm going to read it to you.
I had an inkling.
Inkling. And your last day is when, Jake?
I officially retire on the 31st, so I can have tens of millions of people celebrating my retirement every year.
That's great. Well, it's to honor and give thanks to John Jake Jacobus, urban historian, December 2011. Jake Jacobus was hired as the city's urban historian in the Community Development Department in September 2002. Jake previously worked for the County of Santa Barbara, the City of Houston, Texas, and Monroe County, Florida Keys planning departments. Jake holds a master's degree in urban and regional planning with a specialization in historic preservation from Florida State University, and has shared his expertise in historic and architectural history as staff to the Historic Landmarks Commission. Jake contributed to the city's heritage tourism by writing, reviewing, and fact-checking several historic markers of local city landmark sites and contributing to the historic design guidelines. This has increased the public awareness of cultural sites. He was instrumental in the City of Santa Barbara's designation as a Preserve America community in 2006. Jake was a valued employee, or still is really. One valuable community service he provided was to use his construction experience to help applicants find creative solutions to project design problems by sketching out ideas for consideration. Jake demonstrated his love for Spanish architectural history by moving westward away from Florida and Texas. He indicated on his original city employment application that he had moved to Santa Barbara because, quote, he wanted to live and work surrounded by interesting architecture and natural beauty, end quote. Jake has helped foster an appreciation for historic preservation, has improved the quality of life and community identity for local residents. In just over 9 years as city historian, he has evaluated hundreds of structures to identify potential historic significance. He can be proud to have contributed to the designation of 8 structures of merit and 14 city landmarks. Although we are sad to see Jake leave, we wish him well. And on behalf of your fellow co-workers, citizens of Santa Barbara, Mayor, and Council, we thank Jake for all his efforts. Enjoy your retirement. Thank you so much.
Well, I thank everybody for that round of applause. It's very humbling. This has been a real experience working in Santa Barbara. I love this city. I'm one of those people you hear about that came out as a tourist and never left. I was working in Houston, and as much as I loved my job in Houston, I just fell in love with Santa Barbara, and me and my wife moved out here, and here I stand. It was my intent to do another 10, but unfortunately I've got I have Parkinson's disease, and it's affecting my ability to do my job, and it's really not fair to my coworkers and the city to only be at half speed. So I came up with the next best thing, which is to retire early. So I thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council, for this. This will be really treasured, and I appreciate the sentiment. And I really had a great group of people to work with. And one person I want to recognize is Susan Gantz back there, that is so well organized. She makes me look good, and it's always nice to have people on your staff that can help you to look good. And my appreciation to Mr. Lamone for hiring me. I don't know how many people that were crazy enough to apply for the position, but I did get the position, and I thank him very much for hiring me. And my hat goes out to the people that serve on the Historic Landmarks Commission, because as you can see by what took place here today, it's often a very difficult job. You have to take positions that are maybe not always popular, and they do it out of the love of the city and architecture, and so my hat's off to them also. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We wish you well. Okay, item number 20.
Item number 20, Police Department update.
Thank you. As the chief gets up there, first off, I'd like to thank my colleagues for agreeing with this idea of having the opportunity for our police chief to give regular updates to the city councils on matters related to the police department. It is something that we hear all the time in terms of various items for the police department, in emails, in the news, in just walking around town, and so this is an opportunity to have us get an update straight from the chief at a public hearing. So I appreciate that we're doing this today. I know it's been a long day, but it's important that we start this process. So I appreciate that. And with that, Chief Sanchez.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. I'm going to cover briefly 6 areas regarding some department updates. A few months ago, the first one, a few months ago, in response to community needs, and actually a year ago, and with your direction and that of Mr. Armstrong, we've been able to hire a variety of folks to help us in enhancing our restorative policing program, and we're just really excited about that. These are the folks that are going to help us on the Milpas and State Street corridor with our homeless, mentally ill, and other issues in the downtown area, as well as the Milpas corridor, the beaches, the parks. So we're really excited. And we're just about there with hiring all of them. And I'm going to have, some are here tonight. Sergeant Olson will introduce them. We've been able to hire 5 of the 6 community service officers, and we've set out to hire 3 restorative outreach specialists that'll help us with our homeless, mentally ill community and our homeless community. We've been able to hire all 3 of those. They've already begun to do some great work, and we're just looking forward to that partnership. And I'm going to ask Sergeant Olson to come up to this microphone maybe and introduce the folks that are here. Some had to leave because of other commitments, but these are Ed's partners and something that we appreciate your leadership with.
Sergeant?
Madam Mayor, council members. In the back, there's a few people I'd like to introduce, starting with Abe Lopez, Chris Mulcoy, John McKnight, Timmy Waverick, and Rungway. Here earlier were a couple others, Isabel Blackburn, who's also a restorative outreach specialist like John McKnight, as well as Jesus Rodriguez. And then we also have Guillermo Gutierrez, who couldn't be with us tonight as a community outreach specialist, or community liaison, excuse me. Abe and Timmy are assigned to the beachfront, and Chris and Rungway are assigned to State Street, and they've already, I know, contacted some of you while they've been out meeting the business owners and doing great work. And then John has citywide responsibilities. He's been working very closely with Officers Hove and Burley.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant Olson. I want to thank them for hanging in there with me today, and they've been here a few hours themselves. On the hiring front, due to, again, your concerns, my concerns about crime and gangs and other issues in our community and the need to have sufficient officers, you've authorized me 141. As of today, we're at 140. So I thank you so much for that. We have some that are coming back from injury, and they'll be out in the field as well. The other thing that you talked about with me during budget sessions was to ask if there were some positions that could possibly be civilianized in order to put police officers back into police cars. We had 2 positions that we looked at, and we actually did that. They have been replaced by 2 civilian employees from in the house, and those 2 officers will be back in patrol cars mid-January. So we've been able to do that as well. Those were the only 2 positions that I felt we could do that with, and I'm sure we're going to be very successful in doing that. In terms of dispatchers, we're really excited. You know, we've been authorized 18 dispatchers for many, many years, and we're at 16, and that's a great number for us. It might not seem like that to a lot of the folks listening to this, but to us it's huge when you're only 2 down in the dispatch, which is, I believe, one of the most difficult jobs in the police department, and that's where we are with that. With PEOs, the men and women out there on our little carts, we're authorized 12, and as of now, we're full with 12. So that's where we are with the hiring. Currently, we're doing department interviews, and the Ventura Academy begins April 2nd of 2012. And this week and next week, we're doing entry-level interviews, and looking forward to that. On the gang injunction update, we do not have a gang injunction in our city. It is currently still with the courts. It's going through the process, and sometime in early spring, we will know what the judge has decided on that issue of a temporary gang injunction, and that's where we are. Not much more to add to that. On the crime stats, I've taken just a few to compare last year, January to November, and this year, January to November. Crime is down slightly. Violence is down about 13% in the last year. Violent crime is. We're excited about that. Our property crime has escalated a little bit. We're dealing with some of the burglaries in town and some robberies that we're investigating. But other than that, Part 1 crime is down, and Part 2 crime is slightly down. Not very many numbers in between to make it a huge difference, but crime is down in our city as we speak. One of the interesting things that we've been doing for the last 7 to 8 years, is to work on what we called cold cases. You may have seen a couple of television shows with that name. And people wonder what that is sometimes. They're not always homicides, but in this case in our city, there are. They are. We currently have around 18 homicides that have not been solved in the city, in the history of this city. And we have solved a few. Recently, as you saw in the news the other day, a 27-year-old murder was solved with the help of the Mexican government and their agencies down there. We were able to locate a gentleman who cold-heartedly killed another gentleman here in our city and left for Mexico. And over the years, the department had attempted to locate this person, and we were chasing him all the time. And eventually we did find him, or the Mexican government found him with information that we had, and was brought to justice. He is currently serving in Mexico City. He's going to serve many years in Mexico, 25 to life. They do not have the death penalty in Mexico. The most anyone can get for this type of incident that he committed is 25 to life. That is what he's going to serve in a Mexican jail in Mexico City for the murder of a gentleman here in our city, on our city streets. So we continue to do those things. Currently, we have 2 more in Mexico where we are actively looking for suspects in 2 other murders that have occurred here. And those are called Article 4s. And the reason they're called Article 4s, it's an agreement that was made many years ago by our country with Mexico on dealing with fugitives from our country or from their country who commit murder here and other Part 1 crimes that go to their country. And we have a treaty. And it's rather complicated, but I'll tell you, I'll cut to the chase here and give you the Reader's Digest version that when a homicide occurs in our city and we believe that the suspect or suspects have fled to Mexico, we need to immediately start finding out if they are Mexican nationals or El Salvadorian nationals, Canadian nationals, and begin to work with our Department of Justice in Washington to try to find a partner in Mexico to assist us. And sometimes it takes years. Sometimes it takes 27 years. But we finally got there. We currently have 2 more that we're working on very closely with the Mexican government, and it's always very, very interesting. Before this treaty back in the 80s with our country, U.S. officers at times could go into Mexico and look around, investigate. We cannot do that. We go through the Department of Justice and then the Mexican government, and in a partnership, we accomplish those tasks. So that's where we are with that. We have 2 more, and we're working diligently on those 2. The last thing I wanted to talk to you about before the Q&A and your questions is our Police Activities League, which has been very, very successful. And I wanted to share something that I'll read to you. I won't read it all to you, but I will tell you that the goal of PAL since 1999, by the way, Kent Wojciechowski, Wojo as we all know, is actually the founder of PAL. Our officer founded that in 1999. It was his idea. In fact, when it was at the Boys and Girls Club on the west side of town, he actually paid the rent out of his own money back in those days. I probably can't get him to do that today, but 10 years ago he did that to get it started, and we're really excited. The award that individuals get and organizations get now is named after Wojo. But it started with an officer in the street who just wanted to contribute the way he did. It's grown. In 1999, there were 50 children involved in PAL. As of this morning, there are over 1,600 young people involved in PAL in our city. That's something to celebrate. It truly is. The goal has always been to bring young people together, many of whom are economically not ready to pay for sports programs, mentoring, tutoring, computer labs, dancing, music, and all those sorts of things. Because of PAL, no child pays for anything. It comes from donations, the 2 functions that we have a year for that, and outside donations. We do not have a large staff. They are hired by the board of PAL. But to say that we're serving over 1,600 children today, in fact, right now at the Teen Center, there's a tutoring program, and there won't be an empty seat. So good things are happening with the Police Activities League. Last year, over 700 youth participated in after-school programs. At the Teen Center at 1235, 40 to 50 children a day are there, studying, doing homework, getting tutored, many by police officers. There's the Junior Sports League, leadership councils, and the like. The exciting thing today that we now have a community school at the Teen Center. I know that you all know that. It's a community school where young people working with Fred Razzo and the school districts go there to get classes, to get their credits up so that they can graduate from high school. And that's happening 5 days a week at the Teen Center, and we're really excited about that. It goes from 8 to 2 every day. It's a regular school for young people who, for a variety of reasons, it's not because they've made mistakes or been arrested. Some have, but some have been ill, have missed school for a long time, or have been out of compliance with their credits. So it's all of those youth, most of whom are, again, economically challenged and need a place to finish their education, and it is now there at the Teen Center. We're really excited about that. The other 2 things is our Campership Alliance. We get together with 12 other nonprofits during the year, and we take over 500 children, elementary school children, to camp at no cost to the families. The volunteers for that are our police officers who tutor, do the sports programs and the like, and it's a great, great time. And every year, during this holiday season, the department and Pell invite over 70 families from our community who are identified by friends and family and other nonprofits who have specific needs during the holiday season. And Pell does that along with the police department and our officers on a volunteer basis. It's something to celebrate. One of the many goals of our police activities programs are for one reason and one reason only, and that's to give young people an opportunity to make some changes in their life if they need to be made, to help moms and dads out there who cannot afford to have their child in a sports program because there's no money, who cannot afford a computer, so we offer them the computer labs and computer tutoring. And we're really excited about that because it's all relative to crime and what happens in our communities. So I wanted to share that with you today and take any questions that you might have.
Thank you. We do have some public comment, and then we can bring it up for questions here. We want to start with Brian Rosen, to be followed by Steve Price. Is Brian still here? No? Mr. Price? And then the final speaker will be Kate Smith.
Hello once again, City Council. I was hoping I could leave the council today on a positive note, which was my intention of my address to you all earlier. Unfortunately, I have to give this report to you and Chief Sanchez. Time, 3 a.m., Santa Barbara, California. Location, Family Counseling Center porch. Officers called to the Family Counseling Center. I said to the police officer, I've respected police my entire life till I came to Santa Barbara 7 years ago. Is what I said to the officers. He was ticketing me for illegal lodging at 3 o'clock in the morning. Well, Mr. Price, I suggest you get out of Santa Barbara right now. Clearly, you're not wanted in our community, the officer said. I've been living on the streets of Santa Barbara and Los Angeles for 10 years now due to an accident in a CBS News van. In that 10 years period, I have been brutally treated by the police department here and in Glendale, California. I will be providing you, the council, with a detailed report of all my 29 arrests, including the officer in Dury arrest when he threw me, a 60-year-old man, to the ground for torching a postal box on Mission Street. To this day, the fire department has yet to arrive to put out that fire, which I spent a month locked up without any judicial review. The icing on the cake of my 29 arrests was Police Chief Sanchez personally hauling me away in cuffs for pruning an old bird of paradise. I am now requesting a review of my case and the heart-wrenching cases of education activist Kate Smith, the horrific case of homeless Vietnam vet Eddie Rogers. I heard his story the other day. It's just beyond. As Chief Sanchez said, the cold case of the Harlem Globetrotters, when they came to Santa Barbara, the case is unbelievable for the...
Wind up, please, Mr. Price.
Okay. And the countless other cases of abuses by the police department and the Superior Court of California. Happy holidays.
Kate Smith, and then the final speaker will be Peter Lance.
Our Daily Sound, front page. We're getting a report from Ken Sanchez because there's low morale, but you'd never know that because they're really excited. Wasn't that special? I'm sorry, I waited 4 hours for that? This is psychotic. Did you hear the person in public comments say to you, the fish rots from the head? Do you know what that means? Because you are the head of the body politic. Remember, I went through that whole thing. You know, I used to be an administrator and an organization chief. So basically, please, You have not investigated. You have betrayed the people of our city. I was found guilty for going to a school board meeting, and the police brutalized my body. And I'm now going to be sentenced. This is getting psychotic. Steve Price and I, and maybe a few hundred other people, fair citizens, taxpayers or not, are suffering from legal abuse syndrome. You look that up. Now Dale Francisco's pretending I'm not speaking English. I can speak other languages, but what we are doing is speaking truth to power. Occupy the city council. Occupy the courts. Occupy the school district. Occupy our police. Please. You said that there was disorderly conduct when we stood to applaud and cheer for Peter Lance, whose work exposed deep-seated and widespread school and government corruption, police misconduct, judicial misconduct, prosecutorial misconduct, retaliation against we the people is rampant and severe. And yet you stood 3 times to applaud and cheer, and you even stood up for those people in our government. There is not enough money to pay for their pensions. There is not enough to cover up. There is a stench from the rotting.
Your time is up, Ms.
In
Thank you very much.
this city.
Okay.
A stench.
Peter Lance will be the final speaker.
Chief, I want to hand you this complaint. I contacted you.
You need to come up to the podium,
Yeah,
please.
I contacted the chief on July 20th with a detailed email, which is an exhibit in this. He never showed me the courtesy of a reply. I then contacted him during his flirtation with San Bernardino, which you all in the council only found out about because I happened to copy you on the letter. He never showed me the courtesy of a reply on that. Now, this man sits here, and he talks about cold case solutions in Mexico on murders that are 27 years old. And one of the biggest elephant in this room is the issue of whether or not he has police officers working for him who are framing innocent DUI drivers. That's the issue. And the fact that the chief comes and gives a report to you on all these wonderful other issues, PAL, it's a fantastic organization to support. But why is there no accountability from Chief Sanchez? And ultimately, I want to go back to what I asked the mayor and Mr. Armstrong. What's the status of the
Mr. Lance, you had that during public comment, so that's what I asked you during the break.
But during public comments, you ran out the clock on the media. With my belief is you hoped that Channel 3 would leave today because you discussed bird refuges and historic preservation. Well, they're still here. And the point is, what is the status, Mr. Armstrong and the mayor, of the investigation that you said were under the city charter you were bound to do on my findings? Not a single person has contacted me. And Chief, now you finally, you are duty bound under the policy manual of the department to do an investigation. You sent out the press release 2 days into my series in the news press, and you
Mr. Lance, you need to address
Casey
us.
Butel.
Thank you.
So I want to know, Chief, when you're going to stand up, act like a chief, and tell me when you're going to begin investigating Casey Butel.
Mr. Lance,
You want to answer?
Mr. Lance, you need to address us up here.
Okay.
So, and you
well,
have
I don't know
and you have 10
protocol of the
seconds
meeting,
left.
But I heard
I'm trying to tell you the
spent an
protocol
hour
of the meeting.
talking about a single house today, and the idea that this is a public safety issue. This is an issue of whether or not people are being framed in the dead of night. You devoted an
You need to
hour
wind up your
today
statement,
to a
Mr.
single
Lance.
house, right? So it gives you a little bit of an idea where the city council's priorities are.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lance.
Okay, are you going to, I'm just asking you, because I don't regularly attend the meetings, are you or Mr. Armstrong ever going to get back to me and the news press or the public on this investigation? Can you give us an answer?
I can finish your, are you finished with your statement?
I'm finished with my
I can
statement.
talk
but
with
it
Mr. Armstrong about
lingers
what
with
the
a
next
question.
steps
I'm
are,
like,
and that's the answer to my question.
What's
to your
the question?
I will speak with Mr. Armstrong on what those next steps are. There's a lot of legal implications going on regarding your complaint and regarding the other potential legal challenges that maybe befought the city. And the last thing I personally want to do is create a situation where we're thwarting the justice system. So that's just my, and then beyond that, I'm going to just stop.
All right, the last thing I'm going to say,
no,
and then
Mr.
you
Lance,
can have me
your
hauled
time,
out of here the way
Mr.
Judge Hill
Lance,
did. If you're putting the
Mr. Lance,
idea
your time
of
is
having
up.
to repay,
I've been
wait a
asked
minute, you're doing a
Mr. Lance,
cost-benefit analysis.
I turned off the mic. Mr. Lance, I asked you during the break to please give this place the decorum it deserves, and you're not doing it. Mr. Lance, Mr. Lance, Mr. Lance, Mr. Lance, I asked you specifically during the break to please respect the decorum of this council chambers. You are not doing that. I've asked you several times that your time is up. Please sit down. Thank you. That's the end of the public comment. I want to ask Mr. Wiley just to give, because it comes up, and I think it's appropriate for staff to explain to the public there are issues related, some of the things that were brought up earlier today related to the Police Bill of Rights. And if you could just explain what the Police Bill of Rights are and what that means in terms of investigations and public comments about an officer. If you could do that, thank you.
Yes, Madam Mayor. I should probably start with mentioning that I think about 30 years ago, the state penal code was amended to specifically require police departments to accept complaints from citizens and to then investigate those complaints. And every police department I've ever heard of in California has a standard complaint form. It's readily available typically at the police department, most city clerk's office. I know our city clerk's office has that complaint form, and we accept those complaints from citizens and we take them very seriously. We have a police sergeant typically whose sole job is to investigate citizen complaints, and it's internal affairs complaints. Typically, that's what it's called. I take this letter that was filed just today by Mr. Lance as a citizen complaint pursuant to that penal code section, and we will investigate it because we're required to by law. But it's also important to remember that those very same penal code sections, provisions at the same time, protect police officers and their privacy. And they have a broad definition of what constitutes a police officer's personnel file. Clearly, any medical records, any evaluation records, any citizen complaint records that have been investigated in the past are all part of a personnel file. And it's called the Pitches process. It's a superior court process where the only people who can gain access to any of that information are those individuals who have litigation pending and where that information might be relevant. And they file what's called a Pitches motion. To date, no one has filed a Pitches motion with respect to Mr. Lance that I know of regarding this complaint. I will just add, we anticipate litigation from Mr. Lance. I mean, I think it's pretty clear that that's what he's talking about. And as you know, I've been advising you that under those circumstances, we need to let the judicial system, the justice system, do its job. And that's to get to the bottom of things like this, to really get to the truth. That doesn't mean things won't be investigated. They have been, they will be. But I really think we need to follow the law, particularly the law with respect to respecting a police officer's privacy, and to let the courts do their job. Well, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. And I think it's important because I get emails about what are you doing and not doing, and because of what you've just mentioned, I really can't get into any detail of what is or is not happening, and I don't want that to be misinterpreted that we don't take these comments seriously. We do. So I appreciate that explanation. Anything else from the council? Thank you for turning that light off. Mr. White?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to ask the chief about the new staff that we have and the schedule of. We heard that there are some folks that will be on State Street and some on Milpas. I didn't, as I recall, there was a Cabrillo Boulevard was also on the list of areas to be. I won't use the word patrolled, but toured anyway. Could could you describe to us what the hours are, or what the schedule is on that? I know there's going to be some flexibility there depending on many factors, but perhaps you could give us a little more information there.
I have a tentative schedule. I'll read very quickly. On State Street, it'll be coverage every day, 7 days a week. Normally, they're going to start about 9 in the morning. Then the second crew will come on at 4 o'clock and go till about 11:30 p.m. on State Street. On Milpas, they're going to start, again, it's a Monday through Friday and Saturday, 9 o'clock to 4 o'clock. And then another crew will come on. Oh, no, I'm sorry. On Milpas, there will not be a night shift of these individuals. On State Street, there will be. So we're going to have continuous coverage. There might be a day or two when they're not there. Remember, they're going to assist us with some of the folks that might need to go to transportation, maybe even to Los Angeles, or further north to Santa Rosa to take them to facilities, if that's what is going to happen. But that allows us to not have the officers do that in black and white. It'll be these folks doing it. We're getting the vehicles for them. They're currently all in training, but they are doing a lot of work as they're training out in the street with Keld Hove and John Katai and Craig Burley. They're already working. But the days are covered. Again, it's a normal day of the week, but we will have some evening things on State Street, and they'll be designated with their shirts. Does not say police on there at all, and that's basically what the hours are going to be.
So, but Cabrillo Boulevard?
It's not on the schedule that I have. It's very tentative because half of them are still in training. But one of you said earlier about flexibility. It's going to have to be flexible, especially at the outset in working with our officers. They're not only just going to work with the 3 officers that are working restorative policing, but with the entire patrol team. So they're going out on ride-alongs. What's happening many times, and this happens more often than not, is that an officer away from the corridor on State Street or Milpas or the beach sees an individual or is called to a call of an individual maybe in San Roque area, which has happened recently, or up on the Riviera, which has also happened recently, that isn't a focus of restorative policing. But the police officers will call these men and women, and they will go to that location, which is not designated as the restorative policing, and take care of that individual. So it's going to have to be very, very flexible, but we're going to have 9 people more to help us with this issue and keep the cops on the street.
And so are their hours? They're working half-time, three-quarter time, 60% time, something like that, as I recall?
It's about 50%. It's most of it is part-time. They're hourly, but there are several who are going to be, basically full-time employees. But it's an hourly situation. They're hourly employees. They're basically contracted to us by the hour, simply said. But they're going to be working hard. They're already working hard and doing some great stuff, and we're very excited to have them there. But again, the schedule, it's going to be flexible, but right now it's, we'll see.
Okay.
But they're out there.
Thank you.
Mr. Hotchkiss.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Chief, what authority do those folks have? For instance, I was in Santa Monica last night, actually, and they seem to have folks like this, and I was on the 3rd Street Promenade. Some guy comes flying down the street on a bike and another guy on a skateboard. And, all they said was, well, excuse me, sir. And basically they got the bird and the guy just kept going. What can our folks do when they see something that's clearly they're not supposed to be doing?
Well, they're not police officers. They're private citizens. But they're going to have radios with them, telephones with them to call us for any incident that they shouldn't get involved with. They're not going to be making arrests. Clearly, the situation is going to dictate how much they can do. The majority of the time, though, Councilman Hotchkiss, as I've seen over the last 3 days, last week included, is how they are approaching some of our folks that are homeless and talking to them about services, calling an officer, and just facilitating what is much easier, because many times if a police officer shows up there first and there's something else going on with this individual, it could become a problem. So they're going to be a great tool for the toolbox, but their authority has nothing to do with law enforcement at all. They're going to be the eyes and ears, if you will, and be some really great partners for those out in the street.
Okay, thank you. Now, on a broader subject, which unfortunately includes some of the I'd have to say, unfortunate outbursts that have been here tonight, and sorry they were directed at you. But I do think that people have different perceptions of what has been going on over the last 3 months, including the DUI affair in De Laredo Plaza, et cetera. So in a sense, I think it's an opportunity that we should seize, you and I as public servants, to try to enlist greater cooperation from our citizens and also greater understanding of how difficult it is, in a sense, to be a policeman. It's not a job I could ever do, much less do well. So I'm wondering if there's some kind of program that you could institute that would take the police to the public, perhaps visiting the local neighborhood associations on a regular basis, Riviera, Samarkand, wherever, and talking both to them and listening to them also, because I think there's a lot of I don't want to say communication is the wrong word. Understanding that could go back and forth that would be really beneficial to the mutual efforts that I think everybody here, including the police, want to make to clean up Santa Barbara from the problems that we have, whether it's the obvious ones that we've stated or others that are not. So I'd like to, it's probably unfair to ask you now to create that program in your head, but I think you're going to be coming back monthly to talk to us. And would you think about that and how we could really get real communication between yourself and the force and the people of Santa Barbara in a controlled, not just an open forum? Am I being clear here?
Yes. We have some things already occurring in that regard. We have our citizens academies that have a waiting list a mile long in both English and in Spanish. We do 4 of those a year, 2 in English, 2 in Spanish, which give us an opportunity for quite a few weeks, about 10 weeks to be exact, 10 Wednesdays in a row, to discuss all those issues that you mentioned. The 23 neighborhood groups that we have, currently we have 1 beat coordinator who's handling all of those groups and making those meetings.
Right.
And
I think we have to expand that, honestly.
We're hoping that in January, because of the folks coming off of training in the police cars, we're going to be able to get at least 1 more beat coordinator out in the field to handle those meetings. Right now, Adrian Gutierrez handles all 23 of those groups.
Right.
He doesn't go to all their meetings because sometimes they don't need us there, but he's clearly doing that along with Sergeant Duarte. So those things are happening all the time. We do touch base with all of those groups periodically,
right.
Not daily or weekly, and ask them to invite us. Recently in San Roque, where all the burglary issues were,
right.
My detectives did several of their meetings for their community in the daytime and nighttime to discuss the issues. So we do have that. There's always room for improvement. We can certainly do more, and my answer to your question is yes. I'll look at some other avenues that we could enhance that.
And let me just make a suggestion, because I think it's important for you and for Frank, that you two, I know you're doing a 24-hour-a-day job now. I'm going to add 2 hours to it and make it a 26-hour-a-day job. But you're getting out there and Frank's getting out there would be really, I believe, impressive, important, and informative. So sorry to make your job even more difficult and more time-consuming, but I believe that would solve a lot of things and be really helpful to you and to the citizenry. This is a two-way street.
I agree with you, and it's not work. It is a lot of fun, and I think we get some great suggestions from the community. That's how we ended up with the Spanish Language Citizens Academy, because citizens requested it, and that's exactly what we did. So I don't mind the work.
Great. And a friend of mine, by the way, is in the academy, or whatever we call it, the Citizens Academy. Mm-hmm. Loves it.
Thank you.
Thinks it's fabulous.
Well, I encourage the community that are listening that if they've not been to a Citizens Academy to call our office, to call actually 897-2400, 897-2400, and ask for our beat coordinator's office, and we'll sign you up, and you'll come in and really, truly enjoy that course.
And not just to give you work, but you can give me work on this too. Plug me into the system.
Frank Hotchkiss.
Oh, that's it. No, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, a question for Mr. Wiley. So, did I understand you to mean that this complaint that Mr. Lance filed with the city clerk today is the first formal complaint that he's filed with the police department?
That would be, yes, Councilmember Francisco, that would be my interpretation. Unless I've missed something, I've seen pointed emails, short pointed emails. I've seen advice from the city police department about the process for filing a citizen complaint, the form that the police department maintains for filing a citizen complaint, and even a direct suggestion to Mr. Lance that he file one of those complaints. But to date, and you don't have to use that complaint form, but to date, this is the first thing that we've got. I don't think a newspaper article qualifies as a citizen complaint under 832.5 that I'm referring to.
Okay, thank you. Chief Sanchez, has there been any kind of internal affairs or independent investigation into any allegations similar to these, if these haven't actually been acted on, with regards to Officer Butel? And of course, you don't have to tell me the outcome of such a thing. I just want to know if there has been such an investigation.
Mr. Wiley, do you want to
Madam
answer
Mayor,
that?
Councilmember Francisco, it might be best if I answer that question, because between the city administrator and I, we did commission an independent report. We have a draft of that report, and it's in the process of following up on a few things that the report preparer suggested we follow up on, and then my intention is to make that report available to the City Council for their review. I will tell you that is a report prepared for me and for the city administrator. In my opinion, it's covered by attorney-client privilege, and it is not. Casey Butel has not received a copy of it. No one has received a copy of it except the city administrator, the chief of police, and myself at this point. And as I say, we're following up on it. We took these charges very seriously. I'll leave it at that. Ultimately, I do believe that Mr. Lance fully intends to sue the city. In my experience, it would be in this sort of thing, and I've worked at different cities. These are federal civil rights lawsuits. They always get filed, almost always get filed, and I expect one will be filed here. And my point here is that the court system is really the forum to resolve these things.
Thank you very much.
Mr. House.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hotchkiss, you went on so well and long, you got most of the points I was about to ask you, but I just wanted to use the chance, first of all, to say, and I see Deputy Chief Mannix is there, how much it is appreciated that you have representatives from the police department show up at things like the downtown organization, at the neighborhood meetings, and the beat coordinator program, as you know, is something I really did appreciate and want to see, as time goes on, restored if we can with the budget constraints, but restored to its glory. So I just want to give you some feedback. Any of those opportunities for that direct contact, Adrian Gutierrez, his work is just phenomenal on the east side and all around town now as the main beat coordinator. Very much appreciated, and the Citizens Academy as well. It's been mentioned now a couple of times by Steve Wiley, and you've mentioned it, but I want it to be really clear for the public at large. If they see or experience or have an issue with something that the police department has done, is doing, we've had complaints recently. If they do, what is the appropriate, right way for them to get their concern to be appropriately addressed? Here at City Council, we'll get notes, and then we try to forward them along, but somehow it seems to me that's like going around a system that may already be well established. So could you help us with understanding how somebody would have a complaint addressed?
Well, there are a variety of ways to do this, and we investigate everything. We investigate things that come in anonymously. So sometimes we'll get a phone call, and it'll say, I'm not leaving my name, but this is what's going on. We're obligated to investigate that to some level, because it may be true. Just because there's no name to it doesn't mean it's not happening. So we need to check that out. So we give that a lot of credibility. We give it equal credibility as if someone walks in and fills out the official form. But at a scene, as an example, if someone out there sees something that they believe is inappropriate in their opinion, and they want to know about it, they need to, and this happens a lot, believe it or not, they need to ask for an on-field supervisor to respond to that scene. maybe get on the phone and say, I'm at this location, the police are here, or the police just left, I need to see a supervisor. And a supervisor will, as soon as possible, go out there and do the interview. Why wouldn't we? Why would we want to wait a whole day to do that when it benefits all of us if we do it immediately? We are busy, but not too busy to not do that. That's one way, a very simple way. There are forms at the police department. I believe there are some here. And if there are allegations of misconduct, we're going to investigate it. The second part of that is if we do know who the person is who's making the allegation, they're going to be interviewed. We need to interview you. And that's important. It's a big part of the case. Because in many instances, the allegations made against some officers could cost that officer their job. So we need to be very thorough, just like in a criminal case, which means we, as with people who commit crime, we respect their rights as a suspected person. Same thing goes for an officer who someone has made allegations to that may cost that officer their job, or even worse. So we take every complaint extremely seriously. We keep track of these complaints for a variety of reasons, for training purposes and the like. But there are a variety of ways to do it. I've just given you two very simple ways. If they do not feel that they can come to us, because some people would say, well, sure, the police policing the police, that works great. And they're cynical to that fact that we really do a good job of it. Many times, the Attorney General will take an investigation if it's that serious, and if they believe that it's best that they do it, and that's their call. So there are a variety of ways, and those are just three of the ways.
Well, and I'll just say, I think it's our practice on City Council when we get complaints by email or by phone message, we refer them directly to the city administrator. At least that's been my practice. I think most of us do that. And then we know that there's a channel of communication we'll get responded to within a relatively short period of time, that something's gotten in its proper place. What degree does the district attorney play into any of this? If somebody had a concern or a complaint, would that be a local resource for them as well, or is this pretty much all with the city of Santa Barbara within our own system?
It's just within our own system. The district attorney, in most cases, does not get involved in internal affairs investigation unless that internal affairs investigation turns into a criminal matter. And at that point, I would call the district attorney and ask her to have someone look at it.
All right, great. Well, thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you.
And Madam Mayor, members of the council, I might add, we don't advertise when we do internal affairs investigations, and we don't advertise when we take discipline against officers. But over the 10 years I've been here, I have seen in several instances where the department has, we have very high standards, we hold people accountable, we have disciplined officers, we have terminated officers for serious offenses where we felt it was appropriate. We've even had cases where the chief has disciplined an officer in the past for excessive force, and the Civil Service Commission overruled it and reinstated the officer because they thought the chief was too tough. So, like I said, we don't advertise it, but there are very strict standards within the department. It's a very professional department, and we're always looking at. We take these things very, very seriously, but because of what the city attorney said, we're not allowed to talk about these things publicly. We're violating then the rights of those officers. And there's a process to get access to those records, but you have to go through the Superior Court and have a court approve that.
Thank you for that clarification.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Wiley.
I'm emboldened to speak up since Mr. Armstrong spoke up as well, and I'll just bore you for a second. I've been an attorney for 33 years, and the first 3 years I was a public defender down in Orange County. And public defenders are very much involved in the criminal justice system and get to read a lot of police reports. That's pretty much all you do as a public defender is read police reports and figure out what's going on and who's trying to tell the truth. Then I worked for the city of Costa Mesa as a deputy city attorney for 2 years, and I advised the police department in Costa Mesa, and then I came up here after Costa Mesa. And I've been advising the Santa Barbara Police Department since 1983, and I've advised Chief Lowry, Chief Briza, Chief Sanchez, and I have to say the Santa Barbara Police Department has always been no nonsense when it comes to officer misconduct, no nonsense. And particularly in the last 10 years with Chief Sanchez. As Mr. Armstrong said, people don't realize it, people don't notice it, the media doesn't necessarily pay attention to it. It's not, sometimes, unless it goes to the Civil Service Commission, it's not even out there publicly. But Chief Sanchez has disciplined a lot of officers for misconduct. There have been a lot of investigations, and I have to say that in my experience, and I have to add, following this in the newspapers over the year, following what happens with other police departments, I'm proud to be the attorney for the Santa Barbara Police Department, because the rare, extremely rare instances of misconduct that I've seen in my experiences as a city attorney for Santa Barbara are minor misconduct compared to what can happen, what has happened in other cities. And again, I have to say that under Chief Sanchez, people do not realize how no-nonsense and the actions that he's taken to discipline officers and to terminate officers when there have been. And these would typically, the ones in my experience, the complaints come from inside, from sergeants and from fellow officers. I saw something I did not like, and it goes right up to Chief Sanchez, and he's done something about it. He's absolutely no nonsense.
I have one last question. You mentioned we're at 140 out of the 141 sworn officers. What's the status of that last one? Are we in the recruitment process? Are you screening? What's the status there to get to full
We're doing
staffing?
interviews this week and next week.
Okay.
With finalists who have made it to the panel.
Can you remember how many applications you got to get to wherever, however many finalists you have?
I'll give you a ballpark. I believe we got 1,500 applications. I believe 300 showed up to the test.
And so you're going now from that 300?
From that 300 who passed their physicals, who passed the physical agility, and their first oral panel. They're now at the stage where the competition is going to be pretty tough for that one spot. And what will happen is the panels this week and next week will give me that list. And then, but before that, they go to a background interview, and that's what they are competing for this week and next week, to get to that background interview. We will do those backgrounds, and then whoever makes it past the background get to spend 60 minutes with me one-on-one, and then I'll make the determination who that number 141 is for you.
Great. Well, we look forward to meeting that number 141.
Thank you. Me too.
We never expected to get all questions answered. This is supposed to be a regular update as we move on, so I appreciate this first one here. Thank you, Chief, for your report and for the comments and the council questions. So
Thank
for
you.
now, we'll stop this particular item. I'm going to move on to council member committee assignment reports, if there are any to report out. I just want to acknowledge the downtown organization for their exceptional work in the holiday parade. We were all in it last Friday. I think there were over 50,000 people downtown, so that's good news.
Madam Mayor,
for
you have to
downtown.
report about us pushing that fire truck at
No,
the
I
very
was definitely not reporting about pushing a fire truck. It worked just fine. Worked all just fine. Any other? Okay, and we're going to do the closed sessions? Yes. So Brenda, if you could read those two items.
Item number 22, conference with legal counsel, pending litigation, and item 23, conference with real property negotiators, acquisition of easements, Conejo Road sewer replacement project.
Thank you, and we won't have anything to report from there, and so we will adjourn from closed session. Thank you.